Hello everyone. Today we have another interesting stream marching towards our goal, of getting the S100 stuff working and more archiving. First off, hello Helen Croft, hello Yarkeith, and it was, who was that? They're scrolled off the edge now. It was Silent Sleep, I want to say, who got first on the chat, which I wasn't expecting to see. But hello, Dutch Black Cat, Spies of Mud, Lady Ironborn, John Boy, Just, Franz, Fairleaf, Black Jam Alex, Jout76, Moderate Vertigo, Nakalak, yeah, and Tay Tay Consuelas. We got some interesting stuff going on. So the first thing we are going to be doing is reassembling the power supply that we took apart a while ago. I went through the screw container that got knocked over and all the screws were separated out, and I rearranged them back to where they needed to go so we can put everything back together a little more easily. I've also acquired some new stuff for testing that we'll be checking out, some really minor things just to make the cable nightmare less of a pain. But one thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to load test the power supply, which is part of the work that we've been doing with the HP power supply. And to go along with that, I actually have, if this will work, oh, I gotta click in the right place, that's right, click, and boom. Over here on the laptop, this I'm particularly excited about. We have the manual for the exact CumeTrack 842 floppy drives that are in this enclosure, and I have actual ratings for how much power they can draw, so we can load test to those specifications, which is going to be really handy to take the whole guessing game aspect out of this. So I am looking forward to getting to that point. We're also going to be doing a capsule key entry for this thing today. Just might as well get that all cataloged while we have it open. So, okay, let's see. Ooh, developing color negative film. That sounds interesting. Just call me Hans. Okay. You know what it's like to have a weird username? Yeah, I do. All right, that works. Hello, Alien Carl. Almost 100% subs. I'm not sure what you mean, Lucy in chat. The goal that we had going, we actually achieved in the last stream. So, I'm not sure. What is the? I don't know what the almost is. Almost 100% subs. I'm behind on something. I don't know what you're referring to. But we may as well get started here, because if we really push through this... Lucy in chat, thank you for the gifted sub. Okay. Lucy in chat, thank you for gifting a sub to Helen Croft. Okay, that makes sense. So we get to utilize the capacitors that we put the effort into reforming today, finally, which is going to be cool. I would go through and reform them one more time, just top them off, but they're probably good now, so we're going to go ahead and reassemble this as we work on this. So I want to start on a CapsWiki entry before we get this going, so let me bring that up on my laptop so I can start working on it. So, been trying to think about how to do this. This is a disk drive that is actually a CompuPro part, which makes this a little complicated. It doesn't actually say what it is. It's just a dual disk drive. The power supply, it says CompuPro disk supply. I don't know. The sticker on the back doesn't have enough information to actually be useful. So I'm gonna have to just go with CompuPro CumeTrack disk drive as the information. Generic Sweetener, thank you for the gifted sub. Hello, Gemand. So, okay, let's go ahead and do this. Let's see, they'll probably finalize the reforming in the circuit. Yeah, exactly. The reforming is just about giving them their best shot, not really about fixing them or anything. Hellicroft, thank you for the gifted sub. And I guess there's a hype train going now. All right. But let's see. Compu. This is going to be the first S100 thing on CapsWiki, as far as I'm aware. So that's a kind of cool thing to do. CompuPro Cume disk drives. Let's go with that. Create page. See, they just love seeing the stars. Yeah. Alrighty, so a dual CumeTrack 842 external floppy disk drive for CompuPro computers. Okay. Release year, no idea. So we'll just go ahead and nix that. We'll take a picture later. I'll leave that. Well, I can just delete it and bring it back at some point. Hello, Commander Keen. So I was going to sub after seeing confirmed 8-inch image. Yeah, that is true. Leak risk, I'm going to go with low, because these caps didn't leak. They also don't have the vents on top, which, that's, yeah. But, oh well. I think it's all through hole. Also, on that here, funny thing, oh, Commander Keen, thank you for the 500 bits. Funny thing about the through hole here, so I noticed, come on, work. What's going on? There we go. The TO3 packs on there, it turns out these aren't plated through holes, they are rivets that they go through. If we look on the other side, you can see the giant bulge there where it's sticking out. I really thought that those were just going to be plated through holes, but no, they're rivets. Let's see, failed sleep, called my bluff on last stream, said that that would be today, so I had to be here sub ready. Lucy in chat redeemed change keyboard, so I guess we're doing that. So I was using the Keychron K8, which was actually behaving, surprisingly, but I won't be now. And instead, we're going to switch to one of the best rubber dome keyboards I have ever used. This is a Dell Quiet Key, and this thing punches above its weight for being a rubber dome keyboard. I quite like this and would recommend it to anyone who wants a nice, cheap vintage keyboard, because they made a ton of Dell Quiet Keys, and these are very under the radar. So I am going to go ahead and use this one today. Boom. There we go. Wantomek, thank you for the 16 bits. Spy Robot banned Python calculator, all right. I don't know if I was going to be doing any calculations today, but we'll see. If I do, then I now have to use a actual calculator. Let's see, it has a good low enter key. I hate the 2-row ones. Yeah, well, here in the US, we don't typically have those. So that's a lot less common. But alrighty, go ahead and use my Dell Quiet Key as I continue here. Probably going to be doing a fair bit of typing. Let's see, I think we're pretty much all electrolytic caps here, so probably no tantalums or ceramic or any of that. Batteries, none. Destructive entry, no. See, love you some beige keyboards. It's like mostly beige, it's becoming slightly yellow keyboard. But yeah, see, that's why I import my keyboards from the US. I don't blame you. The other thing about the big enter keys is that they just don't stabilize well, and they don't feel as nice, let alone just the layout being annoying. Let's see, I have a Keytronic rubber dome that looks a lot like a Model M. It's also pretty dang good for a rubber dome. There were some good rubber domes. They definitely existed at one point. They are not all there. They're not all good, but yeah. So, okay, there's nothing, oh, well, okay. I was going to say there's no real disassembly notes to mark here, but the power supply being bolted down weirdly is kind of annoying. PSU PCB is bolted to chassis through TO3 transistors, making it really annoying to remove because you must desolder them. There we go. Let's see. Bolted through externally heat sinked. That'll be more expressive there. Desolder, yes. Oh, Dell solder. Yeah, we're deleting the solder. Pull active, enter key size. Oh, man, nice single row. How did you not name it horrible 2-row? No, you are not a few hours late to the stream this time, Flare Spire. All right. Yeah, that might be one word. We'll go with that. Let's see. Okay. I'm not super concerned about all the spelling and proper grammar here. I can edit this later. One thing we'll be doing today, actually, though, is I get to upload the pictures live because I can use the USB cable and take the pictures and have them instantly on the computer rather than having to deal with the SD card, moving them back and forth and all that. So I will just go ahead and get this plugged in right now, and we can get a picture of the PCB to add here. Alrighty. There's going to be a picture with the caps removed. That'll kind of make it easier. But I'll put it back on. Put them back on there. I'll probably take another picture. Hello, Callie. Let's see, Ryan. A lot of time, proper stabilization is first to go out the window on non-mechanical keyboards. Need some mechanical ones. Yeah, that can happen. This one's doing okay. So let's see here. I'm going to launch Entangle. And we will be able to do a live view here of the camera. So I can set up the shot. Boom. Leave that. Get it focused. I think I will bump up the exposure a bit here with ISO 400. That's pretty good. Just rotate it a little bit more, and there we are. Boom. Said boom. What? Big key one. Boo. There we go. That's not a bad image for the PCB at all. So let's see. I'm going to... yeah, this part's really annoying. I wish there was a cleaner way of uploading a file in an article, but there just really isn't. So go ahead and do pictures. Actually, I should process it a little bit here. Yeah, rig. Oh, was it riggable? That could be it. That's actually a thing here. I wouldn't have blamed Helen for making that one riggable. That'd be fun. Ooh, old hard drive? Yeah, Jout, you should check out my Twitter thread on that thing. It's insane. That's what's in a couple of disk boxes or external hard drives. I have 2 of those. I was not expecting to have any. I was just hopeful. Okay, we will do a couple of things here. Image, transform, rotate 180 degrees. Boom. I wonder if the drive's model name is 189B or if that's just for the power supply board. Yeah. I've seen it. I'm jealous. It's so pretty. It is ridiculously pretty, yeah. Let's see. I can crank this up a bit. Pull that down a little. Adjust the gamma. There we go. That'll work. Go ahead and overwrite the JPEG, and then grab it here for the wiki. Names are backwards. Okay. Compu. Oh, hold on. Compu Pro. Disk drive PSU. No caps. Okay. Licensing. Oh, that's right. I need to go back and add all of the licenses that are available here, because people can upload files that they don't own, that may have permissible copyrights, and not being able to select the correct permissible copyright limits what they can do. So, file name has been changed. Yeah, that's fine. Submit modified file. Let's see. There was no option for both enter keys. I actually use both. Ah, all right. That's unusual. So let's see. Grab. Actually, grab URL. There we are. Then down here, I can put picture. Oh, wait, you can't upload. Idiot. Wait, is this new? This seems new. This might be part of the wizard thing that I installed. Oh. Well, that made this a lot easier. Huh. All right. Sweet. See, by the way, no cheapskate. It's kind of what coffee machine coffee. I understand. That's fine. No pressure for anything here. Oh, that's right. You know what? I'm going to delete that. Boom. And we're going to insert a gallery. Insert more gallery. Okay, that's why. Okay, now this looks more like what I was familiar with. PSU, PCB. The difference with a gallery is a gallery goes inline and it left aligns, and it makes it easier to, or a gallery displays as a block, and it goes inline with left align, which means that you can control where the images end up. They just kind of go more where you logically think they would be. So that's why that. So, okay. Let's take a look at the caps that we have. So we have 3 of them. These 2 are the same. They're ref deses. These are 1 and 2. And 1 and 2 are caps C1 and C2. Convenient. C1, C2. Quantity to capacitance is 4700 UF. Voltage is 50 volts. Mount through hole plus NC. I'm going to go with that to kind of document that. Let's see, did you read that peripherals manual I posted? I'm curious if it applies to either Micronova or 4X. It was kind of really long, wasn't it? Like 600 pages. So I kind of skimmed it a little bit, but I haven't had a chance to dive into it. So I don't know fully what's in there at the moment. Oh. See, it's had annoying menus for European. I have odd layout differences. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and get a diameter measurement here. That is a 25 millimeter cap. 25. Height is. Oh, this is so much easier to measure a cap once you've taken it off. 62. Lead spacing is weird because it's 3-leg, but it's 12, I believe. 12 millimeter. Temp is 85. Type aluminum. Electrolytic. Brand Nichicon, and there is no series. Somehow. But yeah, there just isn't one. So there's a date. Unless it's series N, no. So I'm going with no series on those. Let's see. Go down one. Or do you, okay, it's been a little while here. Insert below. There we are. This one is C4. There is one of it. It is, copy that, get the fancy micro 15,000 UF and only 16 volt. It's the same thing, which I think is everything else. I think they're physically identical, no series. I can just grab the rest of that. Boom. All right, that is the Caps Wiki entry. Really didn't need much. I'm not gonna pick replacement parts because I haven't had to do that. So I'm going to remove all that. And there we are. What happened to C3? C3 is not populated on this. It is there, but it's, I mean, there's a footprint, but it's not populated. So. I think that is it. So I will just save, create page, boom. Alrighty. Now we can begin the reassembly. Oh, might as well. We'll go, actually, this. Ooh, hitting the Nikon. I'm going to leave that there because we're probably going to take more pictures and update. Yeah, this is C3 right there. It was just, there's no cap. It was never populated. So, yeah. So, we need to get these back in place, and I really lamely labeled them, which will work. All right, I will pull this back a little bit for now as I work here. It is possible I will want this, not likely. Do want the flux pen and the solder, though. Where did those go? Where could they have wandered off to? Well, I see some Radio Shack solder. And just keep going with that. I mean, as long as the metal's metal, that's all that's good. Still leaded. So, alrighty. Unfortunately for me, there will be no fume extractor because that's underneath of the router. Oh. Spyroba, I wouldn't be too surprised. The three-legged ones with the no connect tab. So you would have to get exactly that. You could also just get a 12 millimeter regular cap. They're not super special. So, but it does mean you don't even really have to think about the polarity because you just put it in there. So that's nice. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of solder in there. Whoa, okay. Yeah, we're probably going to be using the solder sucker because there's so much solder in there. Unless I just heat it and then poke it into those. You know what, I might do that. Let's give that a shot. All right, this is 3, C4, alrighty. Get it aligned there. Yeah, okay, that wasn't bad at all. Going with that tactic. Try and get you a better view as I work. Love the smell of solder in the morning. I really love the smell of this vintage solder in the morning, that's for sure. This is that kind that smells kind of like weird trees. I don't know how to explain it. It has that really nice flux in it. Probably filled with extra cancer, but I don't care. It smells good. Alrighty. The actual positions of these two do not matter because they're identical. So, whatever. I'd only labeled them like that so I could keep track of them when I was doing the reforming, and then it just made sense to kind of do that. See, if it's rosin flux, it's made from tree sap. Well, then that would explain it. That would definitely explain it. It's probably rosin flux, being properly vintage. I didn't take the label off of that cap. Don't need to leave that on there. That will be of no significance in the future. Also, hello, Xbox TV 81, since it's first time chatting. See, as long as it's not cap juice, yeah. So I have some pretty new solder. It smells like trees, too. Ah. At my last job, there was this one ancient spool of solder that I don't know where it came from, and I always loved using it because it was the real rosin flux solder, and it smelled incredible. I broke it out for the special occasion, so I didn't waste it. Alright, is that... Why don't you want to go in? There we go. Something seems weird here. Is it just that one? Okay. See, pine tree rosin. Coke can just exploded. Ooh, yeah. Not looking forward to the first time I blow a big sprog cap. It's not going to be fun. Probably going to happen one day, though. Because I have so many of them around here. Hello, Monica. Let's see. Bought a bunch of expired solder years ago. Smells like lemonade. Interesting. I've not encountered that. Or expired solder. Is it solder paste? Is that what it is? Because I think that has a shelf life because of the suspension fluid. Hello, K-Green. for avionics use. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. It's still fine, but I get it. All right, those caps are reattached. Now the fun part of the transistors that are down there, because this thing was the really dumb thing that has them mounted on the bottom. I mean, the reason they're there is, like I mentioned it in the caps wiki entry, these are heat sinked to this so they can dissipate off of the PCB, which in that case is smart, but the way that they are mounted being annoying with the having to solder them or desolder them is just kind of dumb, and I don't like it. So anyway, is it gonna be a pain here to get that board back on? Let's see. I may have to clean the rivets here. Let's see. Only time I ever blown caps on my old beige desktops PSU decided to go supernova. Ugh. Okay, let me check those. Actually, all those look good. So is it the pins? No, the pins look good. So why aren't they aligning? They all look quite clean to me. All right, let me try and align the rear one first. I think the pins are bent slightly. Might have happened when I was trying to remove the board. Okay, there was just one that was bent slightly. Now I got them all. Okay, I think I'm going to do the smart thing. I'm going to cinch this down first so that the legs are fully pulled into the correct position. So I'm going to work on that here. What size socket bit did I use for this? Is it just this one? No, I got to bump up to the actual toolkit. Do you have an Amiga 1200 or 500? I do not. I own no Amigas at all. It's a glaring hole in my collection. We got 5-pound solder spools. Good grief. Most of them are like 1 or 2 pound. That's crazy. See, bolting up, Helen Croft was on it before I even mentioned it, bolting them down first, yeah. I was figuring that that would be the prudent step. Oh, that's not going to be fun to get down in there. You know what? Might be better off trying to get the nut on by hand here and then driving it. Yep, there's that one. Then I'll do one over here. I wonder if they went with the rivets because it would make it easier for the board to slide on there. Ooh, wow. Those are sounds. That cannot go down anymore, so that's fine. See, you don't want mechanical stress in a solder joint? Yeah, that too. I had not considered that for this. But yeah, that's a very good reason not to. Yeah, the rivets are the through-hole plating, but I think there are some actual through-hole plated. No, there is no real through-hole plating. But yeah, I know it's because it's a single-sided PCB with no plating on it. That's why they would do that. It's actually interesting because I was talking with someone who has a PCB mill, and I was trying to come up with ways of doing through holes, and I had not considered rivets. I don't know how I didn't, but that's actually a really good way because they could mill a copper board and then they could actually get like double-sided FR4 and then mill both sides and make their own PCBs. I came with the idea of using silver epoxy. It's got silver particulates in the epoxy, but this rivet method is way better. Gonna be super strong too, considering you wouldn't have normal plating. Okay, that's that on. I don't know why I have 2 extras. Oh, I guess there are the 2 posts there. That's... Oh, okay, the rest of them are for that. Okay. All right, I'm on it. See, I have a whole assortment of PCV riv kits. Oh, that is cool. Let's see. As an Amiga user, I do not recommend getting into Amiga stuff. It's money sport. Yeah. I definitely know that. That has not helped with the incentive of trying to get into it. Oh, that's hilarious. I just noticed that I didn't put the actual bit socket in here, and I've just been using the extension, and it happens to be the right size. So I guess I don't need the socket at all. Till Wolf, you have not missed much. I created a CapsWiki entry for the disk drive, and I'm just currently working on putting the power supply back together so we can load test it. And I seem to have 2 extra lock washers. They probably just doubled them up at somewhere. So I guess the motherboard of the PCB took the brunt of the cataclysmic failure. Yeah. Eee. So have you checked the rectifier diodes and others for shorts just in case? No, because I don't think that it would have been... I have no reason to suspect that it is currently bad, so I haven't done a full diagnostic set like that. I'm just going to put it back together and we'll see what happens. Because, yeah, there's like an infinite number of permutations that I could check, so, yeah. Do need to solder the TO3s down. This would be a bad time to find out I missed something on the caps. Okay. Load testing. Yep, we are going to be doing that. We have the HP power supply. Technically, we could load test both rails at once here, actually, because we can load test the 24-volt rail with the 50-volt power supply, and we could load test the 5-volt rail with the 20-amp power or 20-volt power supply. It would almost make sense to test the load, the 5-volt rail with that one, because the maximum current for the 5-volt rail is 2.2 amps, and that is 0.2 amps more than the 50-volt power supply here can do. But it doesn't actually matter because that's the peak, the absolute maximum the drives could draw. The average is 1.6 amps. So if we test it, load test at 2 amps, probably fine. So, poll for smoke test. You know what, Midwise, what we could do, if Hellencraft wants to make a poll, we can do a poll for will the power supply be within voltage ripple spec, because we actually have voltage ripple tolerances for the drives. So if you want, we can try that, because I have a feeling that it's just going to work, but I don't know. We can see will the power supply be in spec? How about that? Is the thing? I mean, it could just blow up, but I don't know. See, these were the caps you reformed the other day. Yes, they were. So a prediction is a better idea. Oh yeah, a prediction would be pretty good. Is the cap within spec? Because then you can gamble. Everybody loves gambling. Okay, caps are solid. They're super solid. Man, that extra pin really helps. Well, it may work without being in spec. If it's slightly out of spec, then you know, it could still work. Here, actually, I think I can make the poll. I forgot I have this open on this computer here. Or not poll, the... Okay, there we go. That'll work. I don't I don't see it. Where even? Oh, you know what? I can't scroll with the trackpad I've got here, and that's what happened. All right, thank you, Helicroft. Let's see. Only place I ever heard the name Control Data is kid commercials for school. Control Data Institute. Well, there you go. Control Data brand 8-inch floppy disks. There you go. Control Data. I got a bunch of them from the Data General stuff. And I have to keep them separate from all the other ones because those are hard sectored and they aren't compatible with the S100s, and the S100 discs aren't compatible with those. So everyone's predicting it'll be in spec. Wow, you guys are optimistic. I like it. Let's see. Alrighty, I'm gonna bolt this in to the drive here. How long did you give the prediction? Because we're actually gonna know fairly soon here. I don't know if that can be edited. See, he repaired systems there. He was the guy that would walk into the room, could hear what was going on. I think I missed some context. It's likely to be close to, or close to in spec, and then out of spec. You can stop it before it ends? Okay. Alright. Well, we still have a little bit of work here, so you can let it keep running. Alrighty. So, drive. The big unit. Power supply has to go back in here because this is where the AC input is, and the AC input actually directly connects to the drives. That's what drives the motor there. Right here, that's how it goes in. Okay, so I didn't actually connect that, so I'm good in that regard. All right. The power connectors here, the gray wire is 24, red is 5, and then the rest of them are ground. So there's not too much going on there. I can get this dropped back in here. Oh, I'm gonna have to put it on its side. Delightful. I just put it down. Actually has really nice rubber feet on it, but it doesn't help the sides where it's just sharp metal. All right, there we go. Lucy in chat, thank you for the gifted sub. All right, I do need to connect these as well. I'm gonna look at the picture that I took. These are the AC input wires to the transformer. It won't matter how I connect them, but I'm just gonna reconnect them the exact same one. No one without a star. Well, thank you. It was a little while ago now that I took this apart. Let's see. There it is. It is the white one on the outside, which is probably how I was going to end up connecting it anyway. So that works out. Oh, that thing's got to be lifted up a lot. Yeah, nice compact unit there. I mean, it's about as small as it can reasonably be for what it is. I don't know how you'd make it much smaller. See, that is an appropriate sized bit. All right. It's AC, who cares what wire goes where? Yeah, I know. I was just trying to match the original. All right, there's one loosely connected. So I missed whether he tested the caps directly via probing. Hardly Wogan, I did it a couple of streams ago. They're looking like they're good. So I did that as part of the reforming that I did on them. So the caps have been tested okay. Aside from the fact that I couldn't get any kind of ESR reading on them, but I think it's mostly because they're enormous, so. You know what? I can turn off the soldering iron while I'm thinking about this. Okay. Power supply is lifted up. Lucy, don't overburden yourself. I appreciate what you've done already. Oh, Mikolas, you reminded me. That's the power switch for the drive, and I think it's actually a breaker. I think it's a 5 amp breaker, weirdly. Commander Keen, thank you for the gifted sub. Commander Keen, thank you for the second gifted sub. Hello, Zolly Gamer. See, a lot of countries don't even have polarized outlets. Yeah. I definitely know it does not matter. But the wires are like solid core, and I figured, you know, it doesn't hurt to not fatigue them. And also, I like to, for things like this, I like to try and leave them as close to original as I possibly can. So. It's one heck of a power switch. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I left it on there. But yeah, I think it's a breaker, a 5 amp breaker for some reason, integrated into the power switch, which I find fascinating. Okay, at this point, we can load test. There is zero reason we can't plug this thing and fire it up right now. We've done everything we possibly can within reason, without like checking every single component to make sure that they're all still what they say they are. So we can put power to this thing. I think I'm gonna unplug the floppy drives completely so the motors don't like kick on in case they need logic to control the motors. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they spin constantly, so that may not be a bad idea either. Let's see. Let's gift my subs, so this and encouraging others to give subs, least I could do. All right. See, but breakers aren't really designed to be toggled on and off all the time, are they? No, I don't really think so. That's part of why I was surprised to see that. It doesn't feel great either. That's part of why I was curious and looked at it, because it feels weird, like a breaker. So, all right. They do spin constantly? All right, yeah, okay, so unplugging them's good. Are we about to plug this in? Am I about to fire up the first thing from the S100 lot? Whoa. Okay, do I have an IECC 13 cable nearby that's not being used? I think I have to go get one. I will be right back. Oh boy. Commander Keen, thank you for the gifted sub again. All right, I'm excited and nervous here. So, yeah, I think here we go. This is not load test yet. This is just will it explode test. So, there, you know, two tests: load test, explode test. This is explode test. The fan should kick on, and it does. All right. Test 1 pass. So let's keep on going. Let's do some more basic tests here. I'm going to get some probes, and we're going to do a voltage output check. Make sure that the voltages are correct. If they're not, then that may just mean that we need to load test them. So they might be a little high when we check them here, but that will be expected. Oh my gosh, these probes are really in there. There we go. Let's see, no boom yet, no boom yet. And that might be a good indication of the capacitor reforming as well. All right, just double check here. Beep, no beep. Why no beep? It's set to front. These might be the bad probes. All right, let me try the probes from the fluke. Oh, I know what it was. I had them plugged into the current input, not the not the voltage input. They're still, there we go. Beep. All right. So we have two rails on here, 24 volts and 5 volts. So I'm going to put, I assume that both grounds are connected. Let's just double check that. Boom. Boom. Yep, grounds are connected. So I can put this in one ground and we can reference both. I'm going to give you a view here, and I will mostly read out the voltage, but you might be able to slightly see it. Flipping the switch. Boom. All right. There should be 24 volts, and it is. Ooh. This should be 5, and it is. Those are really rock solid, too. 700 millivolts off, and I think it was 40 millivolts off on 5 volts. Sweet. I'll get you in there so you can see. So 5 flat and 24. So that's looking good. All right, that is unloaded. So Tyomni or Tyomni, sorry for mispronouncing it. Hello, this is your first time chatting, and we're getting there. We are really getting there. That is some good progress. So we're going to load test it. Still, now I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do that now that I think about it. How am I going to get a solid connection into that? Do I have any connectors that are just floating around down here that have those pins? Let's see, because if I can fashion something that just jams in there, that would be nice. It doesn't look like it. So I may just try and clip into there. I feel like I'm not going to get a great connection for 2 amps, but oh well. Let's see. It is very exciting. So all right, the green box is right here. Okay. So I'll show you the things that I got. This is really, really simple. It's so stupid that it took me this long to get them. I got some more of the things that you put on breadboards, and I actually populated the other side of my breadboard finally, so now I have 2 sets on there. But I joined some spares I have, so now I have basically female to female banana jack adapters, so I can connect series of cables together. I just have to make sure that those don't touch, but that's not a big deal. So, see, is that a glass holder for the soldering iron cleaner? Yes. This is just a votive candle holder. That's all this is. So it's meant to hold a tea light candle, and I stuffed a brass solder cleaner thing in there, and it's nice because it is so heavy. You can go to town on that thing, and you're never going to move it. So I really like having that. Okay, since these probably Wonder if these are the same rails. Here, let's do a continuity test while this is off. Are these the same rails? Boom. Red, and they are. Okay, so I can probe voltages on one connector and do a load test on the other. All right. See, is that the only floppy disk drive? I have 3 pairs of 8-inch drives for the S100 computers. I have a duplicate of this exact one, and then I have a set of single-sided drives as well that are Shugart SA800s. So, yeah. What's Twitch's ad-free program? Just had notification that a memory board for the data journals would listed on eBay with the item number. I don't think I need any more memory because I don't even know what works. And that stuff can be very expensive. Although I will say, I actually have a memory board I can't use. And I haven't shown this on stream or video yet. I have a core memory board for the data generals that is not usable for anything. That I have. I just wanted an example of core memory, so now I have one. And I got that for dirt cheap because they didn't list it as core memory. They just listed it as data general memory, and I have a search for data general stuff. So let's see. You just have to subscribe. That's from your system? Ah, that's what goes to yours. Okay, so what am I doing here? We're going to do a load test. So, the procedure for a load test, let's go through here. The power supply needs to be on. The output needs to be on as well. So we'll leave that. The voltage needs to be set to 0. That's fine. The current is going to need to be set. We're going to do a 0.5 amp load test first. So we'll leave that. We will want to measure ripple as well, so we will get the oscilloscope powered up here. And because I have these now, this is actually going to be way easier to do this. Because I can clip this onto here somewhere. Oh, come on. There's got to be somewhere I can clip this. Right there. Nope, that's on the insulation. Come on, there's enough wire sticking through there. Okay, so like that. And then like that. Okay, and then I can grab some clips and hopefully get those on there. Okay, so we have negative, and we have positive, and the oscilloscope just let go. All right, then for these, this is going to be a little tricky to get in here, but I think, yeah, I'm not thrilled with that, actually. I need to experiment with how I can get something in there to make contact with that, because they're really huge connectors, so it's a slight problem. Really wish I had something that I could use for that. I don't think I do. Ow! Something really sharp in there got me. That's gonna bleed a little bit. Oh well. I'll get some water while I'm thinking about it. That's a complicated one. dramatic drinking zoom. So I can do something like that, maybe a slightly bigger bit. Slightly smaller bit. Okay, so got to split the difference here. Come on, there's got to be a Goldilocks bit. Maybe a Phillips that can wedge. Nope. Where'd that go? See, have you received anything from Twitch about the partner program? Usually goes straight from to spam since it says congratulations. I have not, and I have been checking spam. I'm not sure why it's taking so long. It is kind of weird that I haven't heard anything back. But yeah, I have not. I'll check again real quick right now while I'm thinking about it, just to see. Yeah, well, the thing is, Flare Spires, it's actually been kind of a long time now to not hear anything back. I don't see anything different on my dashboard. So, well, the emote approval really takes a long time. So let's see, spam, a bunch of spring stuff, the people who make these t-shirts, because they don't know how to do that. Yeah, nothing from Twitch. Nope. Yeah. You have to accept partner for the change to take place. All right. Well, I mean, I applied for it. I don't know where it would be for accept. I don't have any notifications or anything, so. Yep. I still have the ability to apply, which is weird, because I already applied, so I'm hoping that I don't need to, like, reapply. Like, maybe it got lost. I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, just keep on going with current project. Try and find some bits I can jam into this for testing here. Oh, that one, that's a nice fit. All right, then I just need one for ground. A little bigger. So you ever run into a situation where you're filming something kind of special and want a high production value, let me know. I work as first AC. I appreciate that, Xbox. I think I've got it mostly covered. And I don't really have funds for like transportation, that kind of stuff for people. So it would be difficult. Oh, it's so close. Come on. This is not an ideal solution, by the way. I'm just going to make that known. I'm just doing the best with what I can. See, is this home lab? Yeah, this is a rented office space. It's not like professional, so that'll work. Definitely not professional as I'm jamming screwdriver bits into a connector here. But yeah, it's a leased office. So this is the 24 volts. This is ground. Come on, you gotta actually stay on there. Get this out of the way. Okay, ground. .24 volt. Those feel solidly in there. Switch over to voltage on the 3441A. This should be 24 volts. All right, we're gonna have all the measurements here, I think, in a moment. You guys ready? So this is gonna be a 1/2 amp load test. This is 1/4 of what we're going to try for. So, all right, double check everything. VSET 0, which I believe was the correct setting here. I set 1/2 amp, okay. Output is on. Ground 24, ground 24, good, good, no shorts there. All right, let's do this. I got 24 volts. I am loading it half an amp. I can see it. 0.6 amps down there. That makes sense. I forgot about the 100 millivolts or 100 milliamps. That's off. That's fine. Camera, you drive me absolutely insane with the not staying in position. Okay. If you hear the fan changing at all, it's not tied to load or anything. It's not that smart. It's directly wired to AC. So if anything, it's the voltage in the building changing. So the voltage has dropped slightly on this. So that's a thing. We can go up here. I'm not sure that that's a reliable connection, actually. So I want to... No, or maybe it is. Is that really that good? No, it can't be that good. There's something not connected over there. Maybe that's it. Okay. I'm going to try changing the load. I set to 1 amp. We'll see if this changes. I think it did. Voltage didn't really change all that. You can't see anything. My apologies. Cams, where this? Okay, sorry. We're now at 1 amp. Let's see. Okay, so we have this up here. So this is set to 5 millivolts per division, which seems insane. I really am having a hard time believing that it's actually that good. But every time I adjust this, it seems like that's real. Like, if I connect it there, that's what's going on. I think I'm off of it there. So I'm pretty sure that's real. So, the outer frame reel, just want to see that one wire? Yeah. But that's like 10 millivolts of ripple, all right, that we're seeing if you count the peaks. All right, let's do it. 2 amps load. I set 2. Boom. That bumped up to 10 to 20-ish millivolts of ripple there at 5 millivolts per division. The power, the voltage stayed solid. And we're polling 2 amps. That's working. All right, you guys ready for the answer? Well, hold on. We got to test both rails here, okay? So, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to back here. I'm going to write 24, seriously, marker. 20, that one's even worse. 20, oh, that one's not tremendous. 20, that's a marker we can use, okay. 24 volt is 10 millivolts, 10 to 20. 10 to 20 millivolt ripple. All right, so that's what that is. I've not told you what the ripple is yet. You could have seen it potentially, but you haven't. I didn't tell you. So we haven't answered the poll yet. That's what I'm getting at here. So we haven't done that yet. Dr. Stoffel, thank you for the sub. Let's see. That's looking good though. I wanted to leave it running here for a little bit, but that's like full tilt. I think it's doing good. It may not go bad here. I don't know how long we should leave this running. But yeah, we need to test the 5 volt rail still, and then we will know if the power supply is within spec, because we'll go ahead and take a look at that. What was it? 6 amps. I'm going to really quick look at what the current draw, or the current max is for 5 volt, because it's actually lower. I set 1 point, hold on, I set 1.1. Okay, this thing's an overachiever. 2 volt is the 5 volt rail, or 2 amps is the 5 volt rail max. 24 volts is 1.2 amps. So it was being a real champ there. So that's the actual, that is 5 millivolts per division, yeah. So, okay, it's more like 5 to 10 millivolts, depending on how much you count the transient. So we'll go 5 to 10, all right. So 5, 10, and we'll say 5 volt is, that's a W. What is wrong with me? We'll see what that is in a moment here. Wow, extra props to the 24 volt rail for pumping out 2 amps. Yeah, it could have gone not ideally, yeah. It's definitely, yeah, no smoke and all good. Let me feel the caps. No heat from the caps, so I think they're doing good. Yep, I'm gonna quickly grab a little bit of water here, wipe off my finger. So, yeah, that's looking good. I think that we extra tested it there. We can probably move on to load testing the 5 volt rail. So, all right, I'm going to shut this off. I'm going to move the probes. So, the voltmeter to there, and then the clip. Those are going to be a little harder to properly isolate. Jam a guitar pick in there. Okay, I set 0.4, so half an amp current draw on power up. The 5 volt rail, that's connected. That's connected. Okay, we can load test 5 volts. Boom. Okay. So we're drawing, half an amp on the 5 volt rail. We're like exactly the same voltage. A lot of gear struggles to measure less than 20 millivolts. Yeah. This is the benefit of an analog scope, is that you can see stuff like this really easily. So that's why I like having an analog scope around. Because digital stuff doesn't really respond quick enough, so. But, all right, that is, that seems really solid on half an amp. I'm gonna bump it up to 1 amp. Boom. Like, exactly the same, no problem. Oh, I'm starting to get the warm fuzzies here. This is feeling good. I'm excited. Alrighty, that seems completely solid, like 100% bam. Thermal camera time. I wish I had a thermal camera. I don't. That's definitely something that could be added to the wish list at some point, I guess, but yeah, I don't have one. So I set, all right, we're gonna draw 2 amps, which is the max for the 5 volt rail, all right, and this rail that is meant to hold that, sustain that, rock solid there. Ooh, this is looking good. Let's really get in there. Take a look at that. Yeah, that's excellent. You can see some bigger transients there, but that's not that bad at all. So what, is that 5 millivolts ripple? I mean, honestly, depending on how you measure, that's like 3 millivolts ripple. Because if I turn down the intensity, you guys can see that it's actually like not even a full division, and it's set to 5 millivolts per division. So, this thing might be doing pretty incredibly. Can I measure, I don't think I can measure ripple on this, actually. Is that not a thing? I don't think it can. So, oh, AC, that's, boop, here we go. Holy moly! Wait, is that right? Whoa. So, okay, that's a 2 amps load, by the way. I want to do the 24 volt rail again. All right, so let's go ahead. DMM is bandwidth limited, yes. I know that it may not be totally accurate here, especially because we can really crank into there on the scope. We can see that's some really high frequency noise. So it may not be able to get that on there, but that feels good. So what does that number mean again? Lazy Crypt, what this is the voltage ripple coming off of the power supply. So a power supply, this isn't really as applicable to a linear power supply like this, but it's a good indication of whether or not there's something going horrifically wrong. The voltage coming out of a power supply is not 100% solid. It'll move up and down slightly as things turn on and off and do those things. But also it can become unstable as there's a lot of current draw and the parts inside start to move out of spec. So the voltage ripple is the amount of swing that there is in the voltage at the DC level. And you can measure that as AC as the millivolts from the intended point. So like this is meant to be a 5 volt power supply or rail, and it swings up to 5.5 volts and then 4.5 volts. You would have a 1 volt ripple. So it's not good to do that, especially with things like capacitors, because the voltage constantly moving up and down will utilize the ESR, or I shouldn't say it'll utilize it, the ESR in the capacitor as the voltage level rises and lowers will cause the capacitors to heat up. So a lower ripple is better. And that's why ESR actually matters, is when you have a voltage level that changes, it causes heat from the internal resistance of the capacitor. So yeah, this is doing ridiculously well. Like jitter and networking, kind of, yeah, it can disturb logic at some points as well. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to shut this off. I want to move back over to the 24 volt rail, because I want to see what the 34401A thinks the ripple is on there. Ooh, that was something. I just discharged it through the HP. So this will be iSet 0. Actually, we'll start at half an amp and then we'll work it up again. So iSet 0.4 because it adds 1. All right, on. Okay, so 1 millivolt ish. iSet 1.1 to be 1.2, which is its max. So 1.2 millivolts. I really don't think that's right. I think the about 5 millivolts I'm seeing up there is right. DMM is RMS. So does the DMM show peak to peak? Yeah, yes, it is. That's why I have the scope on there, and that's why I was using the scope first instead of trying to go with this. I just realized that might be able to show it, but it's not really that reliable. So yeah, this is the better way to go. So but that's a lot lower, but this still looks good. So we've load tested, we have ripple tested. Over here is my whiteboard with it, and I would say the 5 volts was again 5 to 10 millivolts ripple there. So let's check the data sheet. What is it supposed to be? Right here is our max ripple section, and it is 100 millivolts or 50 millivolts. It passed with flying colors. at full load. There is zero reason we can't plug this thing in right now. We can put everything back together and it should work just fine. Other than one thing that we haven't looked at. They definitely left some margin there. There's one thing we haven't looked at. So if we come back to this here, there are circuit boards on the floppy drives themselves. And they could have caps and stuff on them, but I don't think they have any big caps on them. So whatever's on there is probably really small and will reform in place pretty much immediately. So that will be just fine. So let's do it. Let's plug some power back in to the floppy drives. We're about to power these floppy drives for the first time in who knows how long. Are these not keyed? Okay, they're keyed. There's a slot or a tip there. These are not keyed. Well, they're keyed in that the cables are strained one way, so there's that. Oh, it's keyed, that's offset. Okay, so it is keyed. All right. Time to image an 8-inch disc. We have a little bit more work we need to do. We'll get into that in a moment, but I want the feel-good moment here first. Okay. Hello, Valiant Steed. I'm doing well. Right. You guys ready for this? I don't know which side we want to view. Do we want to view the front or the back? Your call. I'm gonna, while you guys talk that or think about that, let me put the screws back in for the floppy connector here. Front or back? Because there's probably an LED on the front of the drives. I don't know if it'll do anything right now. So there's that. Back. All right. Back for sure. You guys want to see it explode, don't you? Okay. It's like monster trucks. No one watches monster trucks just because, you know, they're cool. They want to see them roll over and crush cars. Or is NASCAR the better analogy here? Man, it's like 35 years since I last worked on an 8-inch drive. Yeah, it's been, they're not fresh, that's for sure. Front back split screen. Can kind of do that with the Black Magic. If I just lean my face, actually I don't want my face that close to it. I was gonna say I can just lean down by it, but that sounds like a bad idea. Watch NASCAR for the fights? I thought that was hockey. See, if there's smoke might be helpful to see where it comes from. That is very true. I think it'll come from under the drives, if anywhere, though. And that it won't matter where the camera's positioned because it's not going to capture that. Somewhere around here, I should have a small bit driver that I think has a Phillips bit in it. Where is it? Well, I don't know. Is this one small enough for these? Good enough for now. Okay. It will, the big motor AC run? Yes, those should run. Those should run. I don't think they have any caps, unless... That is a capacitor. It's an AC Marcon capacitor. Oh, but it's... Oh, that thing is not pleasant to touch. I don't know about that. 300 volt. It's so low. It's so low. I don't. An AC cap, huh? So it's a bipolar cap. That might be kind of challenging to reform, and it's so low capacitance that I think it probably will reform immediately. So I don't think I'm going to worry about that one. Yeah, it's these. Those are capacitors. We can see that. It's 300 volts AC and then 1.5 UF. It's just for noise. You can probably pull them if you're worried. Yeah. No paper foil cap? I don't think so. But yeah, I think those are fine. All right. Let's do this. All right. Here's your wide, or how about side view? Yeah, like that. Okay. You're going to get to kind of seeing the power supply. And here we go. That's it. It's on. That kind of sucks, those run all the time. It is quite audible. Is there smoke? There is not. Almost a bit underwhelming? I know. It's like doing all the correct steps to make it work and then have it work is like the plan. Oh, wow. This is nice. Oh, man. Yes. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, Power Supply Fan is very hungry for fingers, that's for sure. You see some smoke? There is no smoke. Almost like you knew what you were doing, yeah. Modded to control the spindle motors? Yeah, I am tempted to do something like that. Probably blew some dust. More likely that, yeah. That is nice. That is so nice. Whew. This is the first proper vintage computer thing that we've been able to power. Like, this is awesome. This is baby's first vintage computer thing to try and refurbish like this, but still, we did it. So this is still very exciting. Okay. The next steps, or that we have to clean the heads because the whole drives are disgusting. They're super filthy. To the point where I don't even think I'm going to attempt to use the drive on the left here because you can see how much dust there is on the steel band that moves the head back and forth compared to this one. That one's super clean. That one's disgusting for some reason. I turned it off. I turned off the drive. So we'll probably try and clean and utilize that one. I also don't know how they're jumpered, like what their IDs are. I'm just going to assume that I want to try and have both of them running here. Let's see, is there anything warm back here? Nope, that all feels good. I'm not going to touch the TO3 transistors down in there just because it seems like a bad idea. The camera is loose again. I should just go buy some Loctite. Freon works. I'm not sure what you mean by Freon. Let's see. So, we have some options. We can try and use the vacuum to clean the dust out of things that look really dusty, but I think for right now, I just want to do an isopropanol cleaning on the heads. So, only right drive has its termination resistors. You can't unplug it from the left one. Where, is that like a standard thing, or are you actually seeing that somewhere? Only the right drive has its termination resistors. One thing you don't want to touch is a 5.3 rectifier after, yeah. Home Depot run. For Loctite, for that wouldn't be the worst idea at some point, but I'm just gonna ignore it for now. So interestingly, if I come over here and grab something, I have a kind of generic head cleaner kit from 3M here. This is unutilized, and these might actually be kind of ideal for this, although maybe not those swabs. Oh my gosh, what is going on there? Oh no, those are okay. They looked moldy at first, but actually I think they're fine. They're just weird colors. So there's that. There are bottles in here that I assume at one point had fluid in them and no longer, because that's empty. Old drives had settable termination resistors like SCSI. There's whatever. Oh, that's a really nice little small applicator thing. That's cool. And then there's this bottle, which also leaked out whatever was in there. But we're just going to use isopropanol. So I have that. That's not a problem. These pads are kind of nice. They just look like bandage pads, though. Paper towel would also be fine. I just don't have any Q-tips left. So, yeah. See, they look like for Kent 9 Track 8. Yeah, they're probably for tape drives, but they say for cleaning critical components of electronic computer, word processing, offices, and stereo equipment. So I think it's kind of like an everything, not just like a one particular thing. But the wipes are probably good, and I can just put some isopropanol on them and lightly apply pressure to the heads to put them together, or just close the drive and then move this back and forth under the head to clean it. So, yeah. Let's see. I see those mains AC motors. Then the cap value makes sense. Yeah. Is this sealed? Does this have to be torn? Are these unused? Or am I separating this weirdly? Not there. Okay, there we go. Oh, these are really soft. These are fancy. Okay. All right. We're going to clean this one. So I'm going to come around to the front here, and I'll give you a view from the side. Okay, so let's see how that works. These are really not going to be easy to get to, actually. They're going to be very difficult to clean. I'm going to turn this slightly so I can see it. Green Q-tip reminds me, dental floss. All right. So I caught that one earlier. All right, so got that on there. Probably don't want to go too aggressively on it. I really can't see the heads. I think they're protected. They have these black things around them so that they can't be like jammed by the disc, and then they move onto the disc rather than being exposed. Like 5 1/4 inch drives, the heads are kind of exposed, but these seem to be a little better designed. So, see, there's website sells 8-inch cleaning disc. Order set for my drives. Just started tearing them down to clean. Yeah. That sounds like a good investment. I don't have any. I have 3.5 and 5 1/4 inch discs, but I don't have any 8-inch. Okay. So let me go look at my media, because I need to find an example disc that wouldn't be like horrible to lose, but it also can't be in like super awful condition. So here is one of my boxes of 8-inch discs, and I just want to go through and find something that I can use, because like we can see that one's in okay shape, but I'm also really not thrilled with how like warped these are. I don't know how bad. They may not spin very well anymore. So I'm a little concerned about all that. See, we're not doing anything that's like this. Gifford hard drive loader, that's a very important disk. We do not want to mess that one up. Anything that's also a copy of something else, I don't want to use, because it's possible that they didn't use this disk, or they made it once and then it could be an intact copy. Now that seems like a good candidate. That I know how they used these computers, and that seems like a user data disk, so we can potentially use that one as sacrificial disk. Just bend them back. I mean, they bend, but they don't bend back. So let's see, use a hard sector data general disk. I could, but kind of part of the reason here is that I want to connect this to the GoTech in a moment here, or GoTech, the CryoFlux, and try and get it to move the heads back and forth. I'll move the discs off to the side over here. So, okay. Should lay them flat in a warm area. That may not, I may have to, yeah. Unfortunately, I think they were water damaged, so I don't know how much that'll help. So, okay, I guess I'm gonna put this in here, and we'll just see what happens. You know what? I should probably not put it in there without the drive being on. It is a thing for ancient floppy drives like this to not have protection going to the heads, kind of like the Coleco Atom, and roasting whatever data is directly under the head. So, yeah. Let's see. Do 8-inch floppies have a head loading mechanism anyway, so they're different from 3.5? Yeah. So, okay. That sounds fine. I don't hear any scraping. The media looks okay after that, so the heads may not be trashed. Try calibrate with CryoFlux first? Yeah, I can do that. Let's go ahead and do that. Which means that it's time to try and connect the CryoFlux. We're doing some cool things here right now. I'm excited. I think TRS-80 floppies do that? Yeah, that's my experience. That's why I know that. As I have, I've tried to remember every time I've used TRS-80 drive to never leave floppies in it. Okay. So, a reminder here. I got a adapter board that allows you to connect a 50-pin 8-inch drive like these are, because that's 50 pins. This is a SCSI cable. There are some configuration switches here, which I should actually pay attention to now, because I'm at the point where this is going to matter. Where did I put the directions? I had them near the scanner, and then they were torn, and I didn't want to put them through the scanner. And then I did a bunch of scanner stuff, and now I don't know where they are. See if we can feel your excitement. I'm pretty darn excited right now. I am quite excited. There's the directions. Okay, so we have double-sided drives here. So I just want to make sure that I have it set correctly for double-sided drives. There are a bunch of settings for this thing. Another thing I want to do, somewhere on here, there's a jumper for writes. I think it's that one. E gate? I think that's the right gate. And I want to lift that. So there we go. That physically disables the CryoFlux's ability to write by just disconnecting that. See, unplug the head cable to be extra safe. So you're wanting me to on the drive? I don't see an easy way of doing that. Or do you mean just what I did there? See, I'm only knowledgeable. We actually, oh, excuse me, Cody? Spin. We're we are at the point where we have load tested the power supply. It's good. I put a disc in, it didn't get scratched. So I'm looking up how to connect it to, excuse me, the CryoFlex here with the adapter board I bought. And we're about to try and do this. Yeah, I am super excited too. So I'm just trying to check the jumpers, make sure I have this all right. Okay, also I'm only knowledge about vintage audio equipment, so learning about vintage computing equipment from your channel and streams has been great. Well, that's awesome. Orthogonal Reality? I don't recognize your name, so hello. I don't think I caught when you first chatted. So let's see, J-Metal, working with trying to get a grease weasel up and running now. It'll be interesting to see how the CryoFlex differs. Yeah, that one should be good as well. I think that's another flux imager. So yeah, that would be a good unit to use with something like this. See, until fairly recently, there was launch code systems that use 8-inch discs. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. So, okay. I assume I don't want to change anything that's kind of super weird. Two-sided drive, operated as two-sided. So double-sided, I need a jumper there. So am I going to have to get an additional jumper here? I should have some. Where's my container of computer bits? Let me find that. See, failed sleep, maybe technicians can purpose the launch code system next. Yeah. All right, there they are. I can shut this off. Security by obscurity? I think it was more security by they invested in this hardware decades ago. Okay, I should have some more jumpers in here. Not a tremendous number of them, but I have some. I also have a little bag of them somewhere, but I don't know where that went. There's some. Okay, so let's put this on the double-sided pins. Okay. Let's see. Next unboxing, bought a nuclear launch system. Okay, so double-sided drive. Cool. Declock. Some 8-inch drives have a solenoid to lock the drive load mechanism. Pulling the signal low locks the drive mechanism, preventing floppy disk from being removed from the drive. Can be manually controlled or automatically driven. We're going with disabled. Yeah, okay. Next. All right. Head load. Some 8-inch disk drives have a head load signal to land the head on the surface of the disks. Older drives use AC mains motor to spin the disk. In these drives, disk spins continuously and the head is loaded when data is accessed. Newer drives use lower voltage spindle motors, 24 volt, have the ability to spin down the disk. The heads are always loaded and the signal is not used. For drives with head load mechanism, the signal can be manually controlled or driven automatically when the disk... We'll try that. I don't know if it's going to do that. We'll see. If it drops the heads when it accesses the data, then that may not have been a valid head cleaning at all. So that's a thing. I think I saw the head moving slightly when I was moving the little scrubber thing around though, so I don't know. All right, density. Select density for controller. Let me look at that disk. Does it say double or high? It's double. Double density. Okay. So high density, low density. Okay. Then track 43. I don't think that it needs that. So we're not gonna skip that. And one more, drive select. Okay, standard trigger interface supports up to 4 drives. Each of the drives needs a different address defined by thingamajigs. Drive select 1. Select by the drive. If drive has a select jumper block, select 1. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to mess around with these jumpers to do the IDs. Yeah, Hellencroft, we're gonna do the dry run when we do the calibration, I think. So we'll be able to do that then. Let's see. I guess is whoops. Some contractor installed $20 floppy moon. Yeah, really. See, that is a lot of tubes and thermal paste. Oh, the thermal paste. I built a lot of computers for people, for family members and stuff. And every time they would get like a Hyper 212 Evo, so it would come with one of these, but then I would make them get Arctic Silver. That's why I have so many. Yeah, TG43 also not needed except for writing as well. So let's see. Imagine the spots that get magnetized are larger and therefore more reliable. Oh, on an 8-inch drive, potentially. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. That's probably true. All right, so I think this is all good. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna plug in here. Ooh, that's we're plugging data into the floppy drives. Go to here. Boom. We have that gets held to the side. We don't need that. Have this cable. I don't know if it goes before or after the twist. We're gonna go before because it's got its own drive jumper configuration and termination stuff. So I think before is probably the way to go. So like that. See, I don't feel so bad about so many tubes. Oh yeah. I keep them around for things that I don't care about, like say transistors that need heat sinking. I mean, old tube that's a little kind of meh, it's gonna be fine for a transistor getting a heat sink put onto it. Like most of the time people wouldn't even bother with that. So that'll be a good usage for those old CPU thermal sinks. Yeah. Okay, so I need a USB cable. Let me go grab that. It's funny as it was just out here and I moved it right before the stream. Okay, the procedure is plug in CryoFlux, turn on floppy drives. So we will be doing that. Okay, let me get the computer over here set up for you guys to see me doing DTC stuff. Okay, I think we fixed the permissions, so I don't need to run as root. Because the USB cable is yellow, it doesn't look real. I have a bunch of weird colored USB type B cables and I really like them. It's a shame that we just have like black cables now. All right, let's do this. There's that. I expect this to not work immediately, so do not get discouraged when this doesn't do things. So, see, are those floppy drives? Yeah. All right. Oh, so get the switch held in. Okay, so let me cover a couple of things here. For one, I have this set to 2 drives on the CryoFlux, and that's probably better because we have 2 drives in here. I'm going to do DTC-C, and we'll just see what happens. And then once this probably doesn't work, we'll try different drive IDs. Calibration mode is out of range. Oh, is it calibration 2? Oh, that's right, no space. Okay. Okay, that doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Okay, we'll try D0. I think that was what we just did. Nothing. Okay, D1. Nothing. I don't know if this will have like D2. Okay, it doesn't like that. Okay. So, I'm going to turn these off. I probably don't need to, but I'm going to mess with the jumpers here. So, I'm going to connect this jumper to drive 0 there, and we'll see if that changes anything. All right, D0. Yeah, that makes sense. Helen Croft. Hold on here. I'm going to go to root. Okay. DTC-C2 does not support reset command. Okay. D0 does not support reset. It said did not support mode command the first time, which is a little strange. I'm going to set it back to D1 here. And I want to try and see that difference again. Some cables only come with the twisted wire connector. Yeah, this is going through the straight through section of the wire. But I think if I do D0 here, we're going to get mode as the... No, reset. Okay. And then D1. Okay. So, no real differences. Okay. I am going to shift this up through the other IDs, and then we'll just burn through all of these here real quick. D0. D1. Did not work. Off. Alrighty, so we may have some floppy drive ID issues to solve here. Which is going to suck, because I think it means we're going to have to remove the drives, and they look very, you know, heavy. I don't want to have to remove those. Okay, device not support reset command. Alright, what do we got here? Yeah. So, Helencroft, one thing I might be able to do is use female-to-female jumpers to bridge over, like, D0 to 2 and 3. What I'm saying is, really? It's desynced? That's weird. I don't know why that would happen. But yeah, I'm guessing I might want to try jumpering D0 to D2 and D3 to see if maybe that's what these are ID'd to. Because I don't actually know. So I should somewhere here have a bucket of ribbon cables. I don't know where they went. Maybe I just have some extras that are out and about. Male to female. Oh man, come on. Okay. So the audio is in sync? Okay. But it's going to be slightly difficult to find that bin of jumper wires because I have no idea where it ended up. Oh my gosh, I got one right here. Okay, perfect. Maybe the drives have disk detector thingy and only move when there's a disk. That is possible. So here's the other thing. The owner of these drives had 2 pairs. So it's possible that the other set could be 0 and 1, that these are 2 and 3. So that's part of why I want to try this really quick. Because I think potentially bridging over 0 to 2 or 3 could work here. See, camera really likes your laptop's butt. I'm going to try 0 to 2. Nope. 0 to 3. No. Or 2 to 0. Well, Well, I assume on the other end it's going into the cryoflux, but I can try that. That the cryoflux has no idea, or it's sending motor control lines. But we can try it both ways. I don't think there'll be a problem with that. Nope. And nope. Okay. Well, they have the ready line, but that's up to the controller to interpret that. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So, let me think about this. Is there anyone who just has connected 8-inch drives to cryoflux? I think I looked for this and I couldn't find any good information. 8-inch drive cryoflux. Use DS1 on the cryoflux side. Oh, D1. How about I jumper it to single drive and then do it. Okay, single drive. Now I'll try jumpering between all the weird ones. D1 to D2 on the adapter. No use 2 drive and only use DS1. Oh, okay, we'll do that. All right. On D1. Whoa. It did something. I heard it. I don't know if you could see anything. Yeah, noises. I like noises. But then it didn't do a thing again. But now it's not doing anything. I'm gonna let it fully power off. Yeah, nothing there. It said device control command failed the first time. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna try D3. Nothing. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna look up cryoflux 8-inch drives here. So do the drive doors have to be closed for them to respond? I don't know. I don't think... I mean, it's possible there's a sensor in the back. Alright, how about I put the disc in and try these tests? Let's just do that. Because it should absolutely respond if there's a disc. And this disc, I'm feeling is sacrificial. So let's do this. Oops. The only problem is that I'm about to turn it off and on and off and on a bunch of times. Maybe I can just leave it on. You know what? Okay, I'll pop it out. Turn it on. Put the disc in. Make sure I don't get my fingers in the finger chopper. Drop the lid. I don't like that. There we go. All right, I'm gonna try a bunch of different settings over here. So here's 1-to-1. Whoa. Whoa. But that's not the drive that has a thing. What? 79 tracks? Wouldn't that be a high density drive? I'm gonna try 0 to 0. Nothing. What? Okay, 1 to 1. Yeah, we have some life. I mean, I could try cleaning that drive and then using that one. It's, I could do that. 0, okay, 1 to 0. Device does not support reset command. All right, opposite way. It does not want to do anything on that drive. Man. I'm gonna try this. I'm doing 0 to 1 and let's send to 0. This should go. No. Why? Maybe we have drive 1 and 2? Oh, that would be so dumb. Okay, it's not 2. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, this is 1 to 2. No. 1, 2, 3. No. 1 to 0. 1 to 1. Cody, I can do that. But I'm also tempted here, actually, to try this. I want to put this disc in that drive, but I haven't cleaned that head. I bet it's dirty. So, you know what? I think I'm going to try and clean that one really quick. Because I'm wondering if maybe I'll put a disc in this one and then that drive will respond. Or something stupid like that. So you flip both sides of the jumper trial again. Let's see. Flip both sides of the jumper. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe? I don't know. Let me just do this. All right. All right, I'm going with that. Pop the disc in there and see what happens. Getting a gut feeling of the logic for the drive didn't respond as a working properly. That is very possible. Gee, maybe that's why the one drive is so clean, never got used. Actually, I think it's because the fan is right behind this drive, so all of the air was pulled through this one drive and it never came through here. That's my guess. Is that maybe if you put up a deflector right there somehow to block some of the airflow, then it would more evenly pull through both drives. Hello, Vivian. Okay, I was gonna put the disc in that drive and try it. It will be hilarious if I put it in here. Actually, I gotta turn it on. And then it seeks that one. Okay. We're at 1-1. Nope. Why is it 79 tracks? That is a high density drive, isn't it? Are these high density drives? What gives? 80 track drive, yeah. Well, the discs are double density that I have. Trying to look at the manual here, see what it says. Let's see. It says 48 tracks per inch, so I think that would be 80 total tracks-ish, because there's like 2 inches of disc media. So, yeah. Double is high density for 8-inch, single is low density. All right, fine. In that case, I need to change my jumper settings. So, I have it set to where is it? Lock, two-sided. This is two-sided. I have it set to two-sided. Ready signal. Low density, high density. I have it set to low density, so I need an additional jumper to set it to high density. Let's just use the one that I'm not using for the drive IDs. So, okay. So it has a maximum physical tracks, not what the floppy actually uses. Yes, yeah. So, all right. Okay. Check second drive is toast by changing the data cable of the drives. No, because the drives themselves can have the identification. It's not twisted like a PC drive, so it's not going to change that. They're just all the wires are connected in the exact same place in the connectors. Although I will say that drive's the only one, or I should say this drive is the only one where I've unplugged the ribbon connector. So that's a thing. Can we get the GUI to image disk to the fancy graphs? Yes, I was about to do that. So let me bring that up here. Because yes, I want to image that disk. I want to see that happen. Because at that point, we will have crossed a line where we have imaged an 8-inch floppy disk. And I want to be able to say I've done that. So, all right, I'm going to bring you over to here. So we're firing up CryoFlex Linux, DTC, and we're going to run the GUI, CryoFlex UI.jar. Actually, I got to do OneDrive is enough to image disk? Yes. Java-jar. Boom. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, we gotta fix that. Hold on. History. Grep. Java. How did I... Why is it not there? History. Grep. Java. Oh no, how do I double the Java GUI? Not that, but there you can see, apply, I don't know, whatever. Classic up arrow command history. I've done a lot on this before then. There's no way I'd just get it from that. Is it here? There we go, okay. Java double GUI size. Parameter. Parameter. Grep shell history, that's what I just did. It's not there for some reason. Java GUI HD sudo. No, I don't know what the there's a parameter that you can add. So here's the thing, okay, right down here, I'm launching it with Java, doing the java-jar whatever thing, all right? But there's a parameter you can do in there in the sudo history. That's possible, actually. Sudo. So it's not a GDK thing. Sudo su. Okay. Yeah, you guys can't see. Okay. History. Grep. Java. Nope, nothing there. Pretty sure we were running it as root last time. Yeah, but it's not here. That's the thing. I should have saved it as a batch file. Yeah, start scrubbing the stream for it. Wish me luck. All right, I appreciate that. I'll call out if I see it first. Because I think last time I actually set it to 4x scale. HDPI. Ooh, hello. I think SM Migrant's got it here. And also hello, since it's your first time chatting. Let's try that. I don't think we need to be root. I think it has to go first. So that was invalid. That did it. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Okay, we're making a batch script. Thank you so much. Yeah, I didn't envy your task there, Cody. Trying to figure that out. Echo. I'm doing that right now. kgui.sh. All right, vim k GUI. I set it to 4. Then bash. All right. chmod plus x. kgui. Alrighty. Boom. There we go. You have to use GTK scale with Steam. Ah, okay. There we are. Okay, so that's a 4x scale. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So we're going to do drive 1. Okay. We're going to just do stream files because, I mean, that's like a thing. Enter name in test. All right. Oh, we got to calibrate first. Drive, calibrate. Yes. We got calibration action. Oh, yeah. We can't see the graph. This right there. You want that? I don't want to break any rules. Is there a programming streamer whose birthday? There's a programming streamer whose birthday today. I wanted to ask the chat if my pop into their channel say happy birthday. I'll allow that. That's fine. Failed sleep. You can do that. See, we have we got the drive to work? Jout 76. I think we are about to image a disk with this drive. I think as soon as I click this button right here, we're about to start imaging a disk. So, are you guys ready? Let's do this. I'll look at it later with HXC. That's data down there. We're seeing stuff that's actually real. It's single-sided, it seems. No? It's weird. But that actually looks like data down there. I forgot what the colors mean. I don't know why it's gray. I thought green was like user data and orange was like OEM data. I don't know what gray means. Blackbird, hello, since your first time chatting. Looks like it's just because it's an own format. Oh, yeah, okay, that'll do it. What's in the histogram? That is the raw magnetic flux data for an entire sector as it goes. Actually, for the whole track, I think. Or is that per sector? I think that's a track right there, and then you can see the individual sectors in the track. I think that's what that is. Can we get the graph on top? Well, the graph, you can see everything in the graph there. There's nothing more. I mean, I can make it taller, but that won't actually, like, show you anything new. The histogram tab. So you want this? Also, hello, Ataradov, since your first time chatting. I don't know what the histogram means. See, I thought the difference between ones and zeros would be more pronounced. We'll see some of that a little more when we look at it in HXC, but yeah, it's not a big difference. It does look dual-sided. I think it's actually dual-sided. Oh, it's the same stuff sideways. Okay. Will you be sharing some of the raw disk data online? For things that are actual... What's it doing there? Oh, it's knocking the head, so... Oh, it's trying to read more than it can. Yeah. Okay, can I stop it? I think I can. Let's, It said it's got more data, but it doesn't, so... Is the scatter plot fuzzy on your end? It is just fuzzy. Yeah, it doesn't look fancy. I'll let it finish here. It's going to take a while to get through this because there's no actual data there, and it's going to error, so that's fine. Let's see. Anyway, who asked the failed sleep, the data. Disks that are not user data, like this one is, I will absolutely share disk images. So like the CPM disks, the concurrent DOS disks, 100% I will be sharing those disk images. So, yeah. If you're good, you already have it because you streamed it. Yeah, in a way. I don't think that the data here is sufficiently high resolution to reconstruct the disk, but that would be kind of amazing. That would be really hilarious. So technically it's already saved all the data here. I can just look at all that. I'm just letting it run so it can finish out and feel good about what it did. This should be, after it gives up on here, the last track. So, error reading the device. Yeah, it's trying to do tracks 78 through 79 here, and those ones don't exist on the disk because it only writes 77 tracks. So it's kind of like tracks 81 through 83 on a 3.5-inch disc or something. So if you're in need of more 8-inch floppies, I have a couple now that you can have. See, empty sector should still show in the scatter plot. Maybe the media isn't good out there. Maybe the head was knocking. Ooh, I wonder if maybe the head is bumping into the spindle. Like here, actually, let's go back. It's possible this plastic spindle lowers down, and the head might be bumping into that now, because it seemed like it was bumping. So, wait a second, is it getting data again? No, it went back to the display some of the other sectors, so I can go back over the other sectors and see what it's showing. So that's what that is. It did claim to read track 79. What? I have no idea. That's weird. But I will go to... That is what calibration is for. Well, I did calibrate with the drive in there. I don't know. I have no idea what just happened. At all. None. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do... Where'd the thing... No, not that. This. You guys are back to there. Hold on. Boom. Hit the laptop. Boom. Little part of history here while we're storing some history, yeah. Wine, HXZ, floppy emulator, okay. Unfortunately, there's going to be zero way for me to change the GUI scale on this program, so you're just going to have to deal with it being postage stamp sized. But, I can come back to the CryoFlux stuff and drag a track onto here. Track analyzer. Do it as a 48 TPI disc. This image doesn't fit on a 5 1/4 inch. No, it doesn't. 8-inch 48 TPI. What? Doesn't fit on an 8-inch 48 TPI? Zero XOM or zero XOMS. Hello, since first time chatting. So I may need to do something like that. Yeah. So you pass this magnifying glass. Well, it's not showing any data. Right now it's telling me this image doesn't fit on an 8-inch 48 TPI disc, and it might be because there's too many tracks. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go in, and everything above track 77, I'm going to just yoink out. Although I don't know why there was data on track 79. Actually, I'll put it into a folder it's sub bad. Put that in there. And then I will do this. Have it reload it, missing those tracks, and it might fit now. There we go. So there's our data. So whatever's going on, it looks like there was only data written to half the disk. Also, that data spread is very weird. So yeah, hello, excuse my ignorance, but once you get a usable disk image, is there an emulator that you can boot the disk from? I don't know if there is an S100 emulator. The hardware is kind of weird, so I wouldn't be too surprised if there's not. I hope there is, but I really don't know. A lot of this is just CPM, so it might be possible to use, say, some kind of Z80 emulator, like maybe even a TRS-80 emulator, and then load the disk images through that with CPM booted to read the stuff. But I actually have no idea if I'm going to be able to extract files from the disk images on a PC. I assume it's possible, but that was a problem that I was not going to look into until I had to solve it. So I don't know what I'm going to do here. Because at the worst thing, I can duplicate this disk now if I really need to and use it with something else. That was my main goal, is to be able to back up stuff and then recreate it. What about an Altair emulator? I don't know. It's a SimH? Okay. If it's a known file system, maybe you can mount the image. I don't know if Linux is going to know CPM file systems. Not sure if that's built on core of an actual S100 emulation or not. Yeah, I'm not sure about SimH. Oh, there's a Sol 20 emulator. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Also, Devout Jewel, hello, since your first time chatting. But, yeah. This is going well. Maybe there's a few a fuse module for CPM disks. Honestly, there might be. Let's see. CPM. Oh my gosh, there are CPM things. Sector off by 5 degrees. We want the green-red image decoding on that data. Oh yeah. ISO MFM. There you go. Let's see. Let's take a look at that. John Boy, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, let's see here. CPM tools, access CPM file systems. So man page for, wow, okay. Huh. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, you have a big enough audience, I'm sure many of them would be capable of decoding an S100 or coding an S100 simulator. Potentially? I don't know. So you might as well give it a go. Yeah, wow, we're only 2.5 hours into this. I was just hoping to get to this point today. We have enough time where we could actually try something. Ooh, that doesn't seem good. Whoa, 21-year-old git ignore? Okay, so this is a vintage project. Yeah, this may not be the easiest thing to compile. The makefile.nt, I'm guessing that was Windows. Yeah, no way this will build. Yeah, save the decoded image file first. Yeah, I can do that. Let's see here. Whoop, hold on. Tipped over on my stool because I'm so excited. Let's see. Ubuntu has a CPM tools deb. Seriously? That will be so easy. Are you kidding me? Sudo apt install CPM tool. Whoa. Okay. Let's give that a shot. All right, let's extract export a disk image here. I gotta remember how to do this. Where'd the thing go? There it is. Floppy image, export disk, save as. We are going to save it as a .img file, raw sector file format. We're going to name it as 8in test. Save. And now back over into here, we have nothing. Where did it go? Floppy image, export. Did I put it? Oh, I put it in my FreeDOS 86 thing. Okay. FD. Where is that? Oh, that's way in the middle of nowhere. Okay, we'll just not worry about that. CryoFlux Linux, DTC, 8-inch test. There we go. IMG file, 8in-test. There we go. Okay. That was an image file, so should be, yep, right, there we go. .image, it's 1.2 megabytes. That sounds about right. So if you ever do audio alerts, we need that whoa for something. See, if nothing else, run a vintage distro of Linux to compile it. That might also not be super easy, because the last update was 2 years ago, so it may build, but it's kind of like got a long, long history. Open it in WinImage. I don't know if I can do that too easily. I am not willing to post this disk online because I don't know what's in this, and I know what the person used this computer for, and there's potentially sensitive data on here, so I'm not going to post this disk image online. But let's see what we can do with CPM tools. I'm gonna close this. Look at it first with a hex editor. You know, that's not a bad idea. Open with less. See if there's any visible ASCII data. There was something there. Yes, there is stuff. Okay. We're getting no away. We read data. Successfully data read. Yes. I need this to go away. We can't look at that one. Yes. No, we can't. Ignore. Please just let me close this program. There we go. Yeah, looking like sensitive data. Yes. Not super duper sensitive data, but sensitive enough of I'm not gonna give it out. So, there's some images of very old Linux distros out there. Yeah. Yeah. The main takeaway for what we just saw there, that was data. We just decoded data off of an 8-inch floppy disk. We did it. That worked. That was amazing. Whoa. It was, I could tell it was valid. There was actually data there. Whoa, Dr. Stoffel, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Yeah. Now something that isn't sensitive. Here's what we could do. I could look through and find a disk image that is labeled as like a CPM copy of something that's probably more common, that wouldn't be like the worst thing if it was lost. So we've proven that this doesn't just shred a disk. So we can do a copy of something that's probably real. Like CPM 86 version 1.1 NA. Okay, let me okay. Green Source, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. GT does look like an emoji crying face. Or get the original system working to see what's on the disk. Yeah. Okay, so let me look up if this copy of CPM exists already. CPM dash 86 1.1. Okay. I'm a cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, we have 1.1. I don't know what the dash NA is, but I'm willing to go with that. Emulate ATG, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's rim a let's do it. Let's image CPM 86. This computer was used for realty information, Clay. So there is a very likely chance that people still own properties that are listed in this. So yeah, that's the thing, because realty is something that's long term. So D Tungsten, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, let's do this. Let's rip this thing. I wanna, oh man. Ooh, we're about to archive vintage software. You guys feeling this? This is the good stuff here. 180% level 5 train already? Wow. Guantanamo, thank you for the 8 bits. Yeah, copy that floppy. Let's do it. I still have this open here. Let's do CPM 86 1.1 NA, whatever that is. I'll have it generate the IMD file at the same time. Was that MFM sector image? Is that what I want? Or, yeah, MFM. Let's do this. Oh, I need multiple MFM and CryoFlex stream. Set track limit. Yes. Where do? Settings. Advanced. Max track. 77. Okay. Let's go. Looking like potentially single-sided. Yeah, I'm guessing single-sided. Family Steed, thank you for the 14 bits. This is pretty exciting. Is this how scientists felt in Jurassic Park? Yeah. I want to get a tease of this to put on Twitter here. John Boy, thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, it's single-sided. I think it's single-sided, and that's what the problem is. Oh, man, I am not having an easy time getting that. Modern version of watching it defragger. K Green, thank you for the 500 bits. Got it. Aw, yeah. Copy. Yeah, set it to read side 0 only. It's gonna take a while. Let's stop. File settings. Boom. Or how do I do this? I could just set retries to 1. See, it's retrying a lot because the decoder setting is wrong. How can I... MFM sector, side mode. Okay, so let's do copy. MFM single side. That's side 0. Track distance, sure, okay. All right, let's do that. Multiple, not that one and that. There we go. Let's try this again. Actually, first I'm gonna post on Twitter real quick here. Yeah. No, bad. Where is it? Copied. Boom. All right, let's continue. Already exists. Yes, we will go. Why is it still doing it? Oh, because it's trying to do it for stream files too. Okay, hold on. File, settings, cryoflux, copy. Yeah, I'm in AZ. Single side mode 0. Okay. Multiple. Boom, boom, go, run. Actually, let me really quick. My retry is still set to 1. I will clear that out. DTC, CPM. Let's just delete all that because it could be weird. Hold on. File settings. Output. Advanced. Here we go. Go to default on that. And start. Yes. Boom. There we go. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot better. Oh man. See, maybe TT could teach Migo Retrocast how to solder. They are in Tucson, if I remember correctly, so they're a ways away. See, 9 sectors per track, it seems. See, RKN45. Hello, since your first time chatting. Got it. Is it gonna error out? What is that track? That is track 77. So it's gonna try to do that one. It's gonna fail. That'll be fine. Oh, that's satisfying sounds. Okay. We're about to open a disk image for CPM in a hex editor. I have no idea what we can do with this aside from that. So limited 76. Yeah, but we got 77 tracks on the other one. That's the thing. So maybe they just didn't use all the data on this one. But all right. Here is that. And I'm guessing it put the image file in here. Open with. Bless hex editor. And it has no data. What? Why you no data? Did it fail because there was a bad sector? Weird. All right, let's try opening that in the HXC stuff. Yeah, it may have failed because it couldn't read a sector. That's probably what happened. Because we have the stream data still. That's different. Set the folder for the dumped images to another folder than the program folder. Oh, is that? That's it? That's a weird issue, but all right. So HXC is going to load this. Track analyzer. We can go to this. We can do 8-inch TPI view. Boom. Okay. That's looking good. Let's go ahead and export an image. Floppy image, export as IMG. Go up here. I'm just going to save it over that one. Why not? It was 0. It's useless. No, not the folder, but you're dumping to the bin folder of the program. Oh, yeah. No, it is pretty bad. That's ugly. Yes, I'll agree. I haven't started like properly doing anything yet, so I just haven't bothered with it. That's why. Okay, now it's 611K. That's a little weird. Less. Okay. Alrighty. Can't read. CPM 86 1.1 NA copyright digital research. Boom. We got it. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Okay. CP MLS. Yeah, let's try that. That's right. That's the whole point of this. Okay, so CPMLS, and it's CPM 86 underscore. That's interesting. Okay. All right, let's try CPM ed or FS ed. Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, there. We didn't get a whole lot. That's the thing. It's just there's the little bits there. I don't know what's going on with that, and then nothing there. So, CPM. What else we got? So okay, it's FS ed dot CPM. I don't know if I have that. No. Install command from CPM tools. I did install CPM tools. Did I? Oh, FD ed. There we go. All right, well, this seems to be pretty much exactly the same thing I just looked at. Because I just opened it in Bless and saw this. Yeah, so there is CPM 86 1.1 NA by Digital Research. So, what do you mean overlay? I think it's good. Let's see. So you need to specify the format. Ah, okay. I have no idea what the format is. See, we're missing the left side of the laptop screen. That's intentionally. There is nothing over there. There's nothing over there. The only thing that's over there is the chat. So you're not seeing anything. I put the chat on the laptop so that I can check that without having to look over there, because I'm not looking over there right now. So formats are there. Okay, let's take a look at that. And thank you for putting this information in here. It's really hard to find that stuff live. So cat, boom, no such file. Disk defs. Okay. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here. Let's open that less. Overlay covering terminal, is it? Oh, it is just barely. Okay. Let me try and fix that. Okay, right there. Starfarer, hello, since it's first time chatting, and thank you. I did see that had 77 tracks like the IBM 3740. Is that a type? So should I specify that? Boom, let's try that. Okay, so CPM LS, I'm just gonna man that. Man. Let's see, F format, okay. Dash F, boom. That didn't help. Okay. Let's see. I love that monitor setup, the one that I have over there. Make chat on the laptop bigger? Why would I do that? See, Mikey Dude 2424. Hello, since first time chatting. And yeah, a lot of people find me from there. Let's see. Let's check some other stuff. Or no. Let's see. Let's see. It doesn't have. Let's see. Hiram, thank you for the gifted sub. Let's see. So we need tracks space 77. If chat on laptop matches overlay, you don't need to resize. Yeah, I should have just made chat bigger. I can do that at some point. I mean, I guess I can do it right now. Okay. So there's slightly bigger chat. Oh, I did a thing. Up here. Move that over just a little bit. Oh, man, I've done not goods. There we go. That's closer. Okay. Okay, so there is Lobo 3, CPM 2. Okay. See, you could grep that file for disk def. That's what I'm doing. I'm grepping it basically for track 77. I'm just going through looking at TDOS. Yeah, that might be needed, J-Metal. Grab that file for disk def, try all of them. Yeah, looking at for all the ones that have track 77 in them. There's not a tremendous number of them. The fan down there is making some sounds I don't like. Let's see, deck_pro, was that one? I can just try that. Oh, hello! Those are file names. Well. Would you look at that? Some of those look right. I wonder if this is just like part of a system, because it does. I'm not sure what all should be here. cpm.h86, cpm.sys. Those look like booter things. Oh, can we get the files out? I think we could. I think, yeah, there was cpm cp. cpm cp. So it would be cpm.sys. Boom. Image file. Maybe compare it to the image online. It's almost certainly going to be different. Cryoflux does weird things for one. It's good start to be maybe missing stuff. Yeah, oh no. Trust me. I don't assume that this is like a good quality image of this disk yet. This is just testing and learning of this stuff. So I'm not assuming we've made an archival grade of, or a copy of anything at this point. So let's see. As much as I'd like to stay, unfortunately I have to go, but don't worry, I'll catch up tomorrow. All right, Jout, have a good day. Let's see. File name on disk will likely need to be prefixed, so like 0. Okay. So 0. Boom. Okay. There. ls cpm.sys. Bless cpm.sys. January 1982. Hard disk unit not ready. Yeah, I think this is a booter program, like a kernel or something. But we extracted a file. Okay. Oh boy, what do we do next? I don't think we're ready to start ripping discs, but yeah, that's... too bad I can't read that. Yeah, I can't stretch all the windows always. It just doesn't work. I can't zoom. Bless, it won't do anything. I can't, just control scroll does nothing. So, unfortunately, yeah. See, it does take wildcards. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like the second drive we should probably investigate, because that's a little weird. I guess I can do that too. Let's say mkdir cpm 1.1. Then we will just do star. What did I name it? Dash 1.1. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. Boom. Cannot open all that. Okay. Sure, whatever. That's probably fine. Let's go into the CMP. Okay, there we go. Now we have some stuff. So let's look at copy command in Bless. So I don't know what version of KDE you're running, but the latest global scale works 95% of the time. I'm using the global scale right now. Oh, that's weird. That's 0 bytes. I'm using global scale, but I can't change that on the fly without rebooting, and I don't really want to reboot right now. So some of those files have nothing. Pip does, so we can install Python modules. Let's see, Bless. Tech changes, did you COM8? Hold on here. COM8. Geman, where is it? I missed that. No. That isn't looking fine. Just getting some results doesn't mean good results. I know that. I know. I know. Some results, though, means that I'm reading data, that the process here is likely going to work at some point. And additionally, I have no idea what the format of the disk is and whether or not that just actually worked correctly, so I'm not reading into this at all, other than I am getting some data off of the disk. So, trust me, I'm not... Yeah, proof of concept, exactly. COM8 for the disk format. Oh, okay, let me try that. Bless is so annoying how it locks the window when it thinks the file is reloaded, and I don't understand why it does that when nothing changes. See, I'm sitting here watching this for hours and I haven't written a single line of code. Yeah, that happens. Let's see. Okay. Let's do CPM LS with format COM8. Unknown format. Did you have an actual format that I would need? Or does capitalization matter? That would be really annoying. No. Okay, so I don't have a COM8. Setting up proper profiles in the CrowdFlux is something we can do when we know the image file format. Yeah. And it might actually be different between the different things as well. Since I have CompuPro running CPM here, I might have CPM disks with different versions of CPM that would have like different disk structures, and then I have the MSI where I could have potentially DOS-A disks that are a different file format. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's weird, Gemman. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a COM8. What do you want on Discord, Cody? Like the disk image or the files? Because the files I don't really think are all that useful. The defs. Ah, okay. Yeah, if you want to do that, I'll grab it. Well, you can also paste them in the chat. Either one works. Discord server just is slightly better because it logs it in the long term. But yeah, if you want to paste it in the chat too, here, that's fine. Hiram, it's exciting because this is a big door that just opened. So that'll allow me to get all of the, like, seriously, 500 floppy disks or something like that I have. 8-inch disks imaged. So it's pretty cool. And there's some software here that I don't know is actually backed up, so. Oh, is it just right there? Oh, that'll work too. CompuPro. Okay, there we go. Let's try that. Let's add that in. Thank you for that, Shutter Tricks, and hello, since it's first time chatting. Okay, boom. And there we go. COM8. And that looks better. Not that I'm an expert, but I would have imagined that getting 8-inch floppy drives read and archived nowadays is an easy task. I'm using some specialized hardware for this, so yeah. That's what you have? Okay, this looks better. Let's try this. CD, CMP, whatever, RM star dot star. Actually, just RM star. This is not DOS. What am I, an idiot? And then we will do the extract command again. And we'll use the COM8 format. Boom. Okay. Now let's go into here. F5. We have data in copy command now. So that does look better. Okay, that looks a lot better. So let's open that with Bless and see what we can get. And Shutter Tricks, that's no problem. You came in at the right time for sure. CompuPro copy utility version. Ooh, that's interesting. I think there was more data in this, so that formatting actually made a big difference, I think. Oh, that is sweet. So there's all the text. You know what we might be able to do? CD, CMP, strings, copy. Boom, there we go. Oh, wow, that is cool. So that's a thing. We're definitely getting somewhere now. Oh, J-Metal. Okay, I found the def for double-sided discs. Oh, cool. I will grab that here and add it while I'm thinking about it. Note to self, I need to go through and back all this up. Lucas A22001, thank you for the gifted sub. Just do file star in that directory. Okay, I can do that. Give me a moment. Let me format this so that it'll work. I don't know what if it needs all like the line breaks and stuff, but I imagine it probably wants it. So you just sent it on the Discord at the same time. All right, I appreciate that. See, Hiram, don't forget you need to go through all this and back it up. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is very good progress here. Unless you mean the disk image. I'll probably save this disk image, but I don't consider this one like archival grade yet because we don't actually know what's in there. Let's see, have a GitHub for the floppy imaging stuff, maybe put together cryoflex profiles. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, well, this is a single-sided disk image, so I can't actually use that profile right now. But yeah, we're gonna run file star. So we got here just data, PDP-11 Unix. Okay, I don't think so. Tower something or another object. Okay, so I think that file that's not doing a whole lot. So let's see. Could you save this disk image in the raw files for us to play with? I think I might be able to put this up. This looks like this doesn't have anything that's likely sensitive on it. So it's like DOS, like MS-DOS, I should say. There's space left over on a disk when you have like a normal DOS bootable disk, and users could potentially save user data on there. This seems like it has not had that happen, so it's probably clean. So I might actually be able to put this on there. If I do that, I will I'll post about it on Discord. Sorry for those of you who don't want to do Discord. I understand that, but it'll just make it easier for me. So let's see. FYI, in case the first track on that disk is different format. Oh, that's fun. Okay, hold on. FYI, in case the first track of that disk is different format, FM, than the rest of the disk, MFM, unfortunately it can only create each format as a separate image file to cryoflex from such disk, but HXC apparently can manage building such combined disk image. Is that like one of the benefits of an IMD file? Because I've heard that IMG files are not always the best for this stuff, so I could see that being it. So yeah, I'm starting to think I should interview my dad about his time at Control Data. That might be Xbox, yeah. Let's see, DUSH. Yeah, we can do that. 532K, I think it was 633 bytes for the image, or kilobytes. 611, so not that much free space. So, see, the raw cryoflex files are always best, yes, for sure. So, okay. That was success. I kind of want to figure out what's going on with the other drive right now. So maybe we should move on to that for the next hour, and then we've kind of like achieved our goal here already, kind of early, and I'm really excited about that. So, so for imaging, you could just only do the preservation format. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Savick. I'm very happy with this. This is some tremendous progress. So I'm gonna eject this disk, and I'm just gonna take a peek at it here. It looks good, so the head didn't do any damage. Awesome. I can shut that off, and then I can pop this disk where the bin, there it is. Boom, okay. So, I wanna figure out what's going on with that drive, because it's a little strange. I think I might just want, man, how are those held in there? I'm guessing screws on the bottom. Let's go back to this. I want to know why that drive is not responding to anything. Those motors aren't too warm, so that's not that bad. See, now to fix the floppy drive. Yeah, because I'd still rather use that one because it's less dirty. Or be able to rip 2 at once. That would be kind of a thing. Yeah, at the very least, it just feels kind of lame to have, like, a dead drive in here. That feels like giving up. So, I want to flip this on its side here real quick, like, and see if the drives are held in by the bottom. Let's see. Ooh. See, need 2 cryofluxes to image at the same time? Oh, it can only do 1? Well, at the very least, I could load 2 disks and do them sequentially. That seems rather excessive, but I do have 500 disks to get through, so maybe not. Ooh, I thought of something that I almost want to try more than figuring out this drive. Do we want to see what a hard sector disk does? Because that's a thing. I don't know. Maybe let's look at this first, because I don't think a hard sector disk is going to do good things. I think it's going to be weird. So let's look at that later. Yeah, I think the drives are held in on the bottom. Because there is no side. So, yeah, they're held in on the bottom. So if I put this on its side, like that... Oh, the CompuPro sticker finally fell off. Alright. That was a long time coming. Oh, I should probably turn off the equipment over here that I'm not using. Alright. I want to disconnect... Well, I really want both. Let's disconnect this one, though, and see how it's configured. Try and figure that out. Let's see. Floppy interface only has single data wire. Oh, yeah. Oh, you want a byte? You know what? This is a good break point for a byte break. We can do that. Big drive. Big scary drive. So, we will do that. So, 1978 and page for May. Okay. So, I will be right back. We're going to take a brief break here to look at an issue of Byte. 78 and... oh, so that's right here. May? That cover's unfamiliar. Let's see. This issue is in really good shape, like it has not been read ever. See, does this mean you can start working on the CompuPro or MSI themselves? Yes, it does. That will probably be the next steps. My next, like, main video is going to be talking about the document scanning and how I'm going to be proceeding with that. But then I'm pretty much clear to start working on this. I swear, this ball joint thing here is the worst. But then I'm in the clear to start working on the CryoFlex. You can also only connect one CryoFlex to a computer. Man, they kind of suck. Okay, let's just. That's as good as it's gonna get. This stupid camera mount is awful. All right. 5-minute timer.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Page 78 of 1978's May issue of Byte magazine, and we are looking at. Did you just want this? The S100 boards? Is that it, Lazy Crypt? Just trying to double check here. Onwards. Okay. So the programmable character generator. That must be it. So... Ooh, whoa, there's some fancy stuff going on in there. So we have some schematics of things. Let me get a brief summary here. For many applications, the ability to create the characters that appear on the terminal screen is a tremendous convenience, if not absolute necessity. The use of computers for advanced mathematical applications, something or another. Video display. So I think this is going to be talking about how you can load visual data into RAM that it will go over as it does the raster scan. That is extremely offensive for Byte Magazine to be showing Star Wars stuff in it. They are a Star Trek publication. What is this? Who is this writer? He needs to be fired for cheating. Larry? Come on, man. Anyway, that is really cool. That is incredibly impressive. That looks really good. It's very obvious what those are. Yeah. So this would be kind of the basic idea of how this works. So you'd have a bunch of RAM, most likely here, and then these would hold the bits for the individual points or character data. And what you'd have is you'd have two banks of RAM, one that holds character information, and then one that holds or by character information, I mean the pixels that are on or off for each character, and then RAM that holds which characters are in which locations, which allows you to have blocks that represent individual pixels, so you can just pick which blocks you want to build together, kind of like tile rendering in NES or Super Nintendo or something like that. But you do it as characters instead, so it's monochrome. So there is, this is probably talking about modifying the character set to create custom graphics. Is this being done on an S100 system? That's something. Intriguing. Okay, so that's it for this section. So what else is there? So programmable character generator board. Okay, so this is talking about how to build this board for an S100 computer. That would allow somewhat arbitrary graphics on a computer like this. That would be really impressive. That would mean that you need an actual monochrome monitor, though, like an MDA display or something connected to it. So I wonder what their video interface is. Is it could be composite, but that looks like the connector there, and that's a big old ribbon cable. That's way more than you need for video on and horizontal and vertical sync. So I'm not sure what all is being sent there. But yeah. See, next stream's one S100 GPU build. Yeah. So parts list for building the card here. It's not a tremendously visual article here. But yeah, that's impressive. Piping diagram. It's kind of funny. So a lot of older stuff uses examples like this, a piping diagram, instead of like a schematic for electronics. And I kind of find that funny, because how many people really need something like this in particular, especially in an issue like this? But for some reason, in industrial control processes, like the go-to example is piping and water flow. Maybe it's because it's a little more intuitive and you can understand it visually, what's going on. But yeah, this is interesting. So let's see. Connector to video display device. Character data. Character generator. Altair S100 bus. Okay. Wow, so it is for S100. That's different. That's very different. Huh. So there's video about using super glue, baking powder. Yeah. Whoa, gosh, that always gets me. But yeah, all right. There is that. That is a really... So that's an actual graphics card, basically, for S100, which I don't think I've seen yet, but that's cool. So that is a fun one to see. All right. Let's try and get that floppy drive out. And I need to catch up on chat here a little bit. I demand rendered images of the NCC 1701D. Exactly. Well, maybe not D. That didn't exist in 1978. But, you know, no bloody AC or D. Let's see. I'm not I'm not sure what you're talking about in VirtualBox. You guys might have had a different conversation going here. So, okay. Real, or Ness Real, thank you for the Prime sub and for the 2nd month in a row. Finally got in live to use this. Ah. Okay, fine, OG Enterprise. Yep. Okay, let's try and get that drive out, because I want to see what the drive ID jumper situation is like on it. Since I have the manual, I will be able to understand what I'm looking at here. So, there will be that, at least. Go and unplug the cable. I felt like I was pretty well socketed, so I don't think it was loose. There we go. That should be separated. Oh yeah, the cable's glued down or something. Ugh, gross. Bad design choice there. There are 4 gargantuan screws holding the drive in, so I'm just going to undo those. I'll leave the ones in the top for last, actually. So you get both drives out, can you compare things? I may, but I'm going to have to flip over the whole unit. It's going to be heavy and awkward. Although it may actually just fall over now that I think about it. So this is going to be interesting. Yeah, this is just going to be not fun in general. I don't. Ooh, maybe I should just flip it upside down. Duh. That's the way to go. Okay, I'll flip it upside down. We'll take off the power supply and chassis, actually, basically. So that's what we'll do. Okay. So once I take out all these screws, I should just be able to lift this up. That's what'll happen. Where is my pill organizer for the screws? There it is. Okay, those are the external screws. Let's go with this for these. Let's see. Drive marked on front so they don't get mixed up. Blue tape across the front, over the 2 drives, and split with my fingernail. So now as long as I line up the blue tape, it'll be good. See, how is there no rust on this? Because this is a, what is this, like a nickel coating on here? It's not just steel, it's actually coated with something to help prevent that. It's cadmium, that's the material I'm thinking of. I'm pretty sure this is like a cadmium coating on this steel, and it is one of my favorite looking finishes. So, yeah. Yeah, Graystar got it. There. I wonder, Commodore. Spared no expense. I've seen this on smaller drives. I don't think I've ever seen it on something this big. Actually, I have a SideQuest drive that has surfaces like this, and one of the things about this finish, if you look at it here, you'll see these fingerprints. It will tarnish there, so in different lights, you'll see it be different colors because of the oils on the fingers. This is pretty tarnished, but the SideQuest drive is completely untarnished. It's almost like it's never been touched, and it's so pretty because of it. So... yeah, they glued down a cable. Yeah. So is it possible to use too much flux and prevent the solder from melting? I don't think so. I've at least never encountered that. Oh, it's so much lighter without the drives in it. Oh, those are nice and clean on the bottom. Okay. What are we looking at here? This was the functional one? Yeah, that's the dirty one. Okay. So here are 8-inch drives. Oh, look, a belt. Delightful. It's a fabric belt at least, so it'll have some longer life. It's not just rubber and gonna stretch and croak. Well, that's pretty easy. This is DS2. And this is DS1, but it goes up to 4. So actually, this is DS0, and this is DS1. So this one should respond to 0. What gives? Actually, I think I may see what gives. We look at these contacts. Actually, let's do it this way. Okay. Man, this is not easy to get to line up. There we go. So look at the gold fingers on there. All right. Those are in pretty good condition. There we go. Finally, it focused. Those look like they're doing okay. And then I guess I can't get that to reach over there. These ones are all chewed up. Like, they actually look pretty narrow right there. So, yeah. I think I found my problem. Well, they all have continuity, it seems, but there could be sections that are bad, and then I don't know what's on the top. Let's see. Heavy drive. The top is also bad. There is some slight corrosion as well, unsurprisingly. Let me try cleaning that. I'm gonna grab a random old paper towel here. Oh, that's got, oh no, not that one. That one's got grease on it. I don't really, now I need to, something else. Oh, gross. Oh, poor towel's gonna get it here. I have to re-grease this arm every now and then because this part is not tremendous. Yeah. Maybe clean the connectors on the cable too. Oh man, I hadn't even considered that. Oh, that would be bad. Those actually look good. Let's see. Helen Croft. So, on drives like this that are using the ShoeGuard interface, only one of them needs the termination packs. If you look in like a TRS-80 Model 1, or TRS-80 Model 1, like a TRS-80 Model 4, you'll see then a multi-drive setup like this, only one of the drives will have resistor packs on it. So I'm not that concerned about that. And it's the one that has them removed that's working. So I think that's what's going on. I guess it could be that they need to be moved to the other drive, though. Maybe they're terminating it before it can get over there. No, because it's the one that's working that is missing them. So it terminates at the end of the cable where it should. So that should be correct. I think it's just not getting a good connection. So I don't see, looking at the cable here, I don't see a problem with it. I'm not going to really easily be able to get in there. So, do I also see tantalum caps? These blue ones, most likely. I don't see any exploded ones, if that's what you're getting at. That cable, the card edge seems so suspicious that I have the biggest problem with that over everything. Have you considered C-stand sandbag as a camera arm? Well, Xbox, that's just a place to mount the camera arm. That doesn't actually solve moving the camera. That's the problem. Let's see. Wait, are these SCSI drives? No. Just 8-inch drive uses 50 pins because why not? That's about it. Yeah, everything else looks the same. That's the only thing that's questionable. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to do this the cheap way. Actually, that's probably not the best idea. I was going to say I'm going to put some isopropanol on there and then scrape it with the connector, but just put the connector on and off to clean it, but that'll actually wear the gold finger even more. Xbox TV, the way that the cameras move has to be a little more freeing than that. It's a whole thing. Let's... Erasers work great. Yeah, I can go that route. We can do that for now. Just to see here. So, try and get this over here a little more. Might as well brighten it up a little too. All right. Pin 50 looks like it's cut. It does, but it tested fine. It's barely there. But yeah, most of the material's gone. This might be a job for some whatever, the conductive copper tape. But yeah, that all did pretty well there. Let's see. 49, 50. Yeah, they aren't connected, so that might not be a problem. Okay, I'm gonna these ones here. Some definite corrosion on this end. This could be the downside of having been stored outside. These computers and hardware were pretty much literally a barn find. About as close as I could get. There weren't animals in there, but the structure was the same. So, alright, I think I'm gonna go with that for now. Let's see. Scotch Brite and denatured alcohol. Yeah, copper tape to scalpel, maybe. Something like that. How could a card edge wear out like that? My guess, let's go back to this, is that there could have been a bunch of vibration in the system. There's actually evidence of that. Let me bring up the case again here. Actually, well, let me flip this over. So, take a look here. This cap nut has been slowly scraping the... Well, you can't see anything. Hold on. This cap nut has been scraping this area here, so if I try and wipe off the dust, you'll see there's still a spot right under that wire, right there. It is scratched. That's just from this piece of plastic rubbing against this for so long. So I could see it entirely having vibrated this connector for a long time as well. So that, I think, might be what happened there. I'm going to go ahead and try and put this back together, though, but at least we know that this should be DS0. So we can work on that principle. I'm not sure if that's black because it's been greased or if it's black because it was blown up. But that's that one's, those look different. See, the front part still makes contact, just don't plug the connector in all the way. So yeah, maybe I can try moving it back and forth slightly when I go to plug it in, so we can find out. Yeah, I don't know if it's fried or not. That is the head stepper, so that that could be a thing too. That has the possibility of being magic smoke having been released. All right, let's put the screws in for the drives. Grease leaks out on the label. That's my guess. That's what I feel like it probably is. I just realized I didn't run SL during the hype train. Sorry. Really need to figure out how to get that automated. Be interesting to watch a drive activity light when trying to access. Yeah, that's worth trying. Or checking, however you want to think about it. I can use the Nikon on the arm to point at that when we get to there because it's towards the front. Oh my gosh. Get in there, screw. Where to get belts though? That's something you're probably gonna have to custom order from somewhere like McMaster Car with an exact size. You're gonna have to figure out really what you need and then get that like that. Could always run it now. Well, Brian, I have to get it connected with the cables and all that stuff, and the cables are glued down. I don't really want to rip them off, so yeah. See, no matching stain on the metal chassis. I guess just grease. That does make sense too. For being grease, my inclination is grease. So, and I saw some grease in there too. That wasn't really going to show up on camera easily, but I did see grease. Did you see the replies in your last tweet? I did not. Yeah, that's fun. You have to go, Vivian? All right, see you later. Oh, that's what that is. Ah, okay. The hip hop one. All right, that makes sense. Oh man, anyone who comes into the stream right now is not going to see me copying that floppy, but we definitely did. I could bring up the HXC stuff at the very least to show it the flux data. Yeah, hopefully we can get this second drive working now that we know. I'm just going to try wiggling the cable a bit, see what we get with the mild mechanical persuasion method. So if the grease went for a walk, it melted. So the motor probably has bad winding, got hot. I don't know that. They could have manually added some grease because they used it a lot or took it in for service and it just got out of control. All right, all the screws are finally threaded. I can get them connected. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this. All of the documents that I scanned in the last stream are now up on archive.org. I was able to put them into PDF format using a couple of different tools. Turns out almost all of the OCR programs out there for Linux use a single library called Tesseract, and it does an okay job. It's kind of annoying in how it treats white space in some places, but it works out well enough. So you can actually go to archive.org and look up eBasic, or Basic E, I mean, and find the 3 documents that I scanned on that, or you can go to my Twitter profile and I linked them from there. But yeah, all of them are up there now. So they have officially been preserved. They're not tremendous copies. I didn't put an absolute ton of effort into cropping the pages and such. I actually just picked one that seemed like it was offset to the bottom the most and used image magic to crop all of them to that so that everything would fit. But they're all on there, and I will go back and update them later once I get a more established workflow for configuring or getting that stuff set up and prepared, but all of it's been archived. So on the documentation front, we're also making progress. Okay, so man, the connector just like went right into place on there. So I'm gonna push that in. We'll see what happens, and I'll try and wiggle it in a bit. But we got to get all the power connectors plugged in now. There are many. But definitely good to know it's not like drive 3 or something weird. And we know it should be 0. Also, convenient that I picked 0 and 1. I wonder if the other pair are going to be 2 and 3. All right, there's that. Let's try and get a response. I am going to actually grab a couple of jumpers here, because now I know I don't need to do any weird cross-jumpering on the adapter board I've got. So I'm just going to pass through both drive 0 and drive 1. I'm going to need 2 more jumpers for that. There we are. Okay, that's there, connected. All right, it would help turn it on if I plugged in power. All right, I'm gonna leave you with this view for a bit while I try and get stuff working. This head seems weird. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, it's just farther forward, that's all. Okay. So I'm going to try just doing it now that I've reseated the connector. Let me go to terminal type thing. The willpower you must have to be able to leave and go home instead of staying here until you pass out. Yeah, it is a thing where I really want to keep working on this stuff, but then I just can't. But I also kind of I really have to put those boundaries in place, or I will put 90 hours a week into this. It gets ridiculous. I already put way more effort and time into this kind of stuff than is reasonable, but I have to draw some lines. You went 0 to 2? What? DS0 on 50 pin is MOT. I'm not sure what you mean. Drive 0, calibrate. I heard something. DS2 on the cryoflux is DS0. Well, I wasn't going to do DS2. I was going to do drive 0. So I want to try this. It should pull the head back. It should bring it back. It didn't. Will this one bring its head back? Remember that CryoFlux has 2 motor and 2 DS lines. Oh. So it'll be 2-0, you're saying, then, because of the stupid IBM motor nonsense. That might have been the entire problem. But then, well, let's find out. No, that didn't do it. Drive 1, calibrate, yes. Well, that didn't work either. What? Why did neither of those work now? I'm gonna pull off the second jumper. Anything on the activity lights? I'll put the camera around so you can see that. It's a slightly non-ideal positioning, but that's the best I can do. Eh? Oh god, this is no. There, sort of. Kind of. It's I think I want it covered. Or is it right there and right? Can't see the other one. You can only see that one. It's back. All right, let me just come around front. Okay. Lost your video for a minute? I don't have any dropped frames. They thought I was only working with a disc in it. I don't know that we fully explored that it had to have a disc, but we'll try putting a disc in. Okay, that's drive 1, calibrated disc, no. Okay, yeah, that didn't calibrate. Yes. Okay, no light. Device does not support reset command. Okay. Why is this not working now? Reboot cryo? Possibly. Calibrate. I'll close that. Reopen it. Drive 1, calibrate. No. I don't see why the stepper motor would be dead now. That doesn't make sense. No, something weird and dumb has changed. That's what it'll be. I just have to figure out what it is. All the connectors are plugged back in. It was working earlier. All right, let's do this. Midwise, I don't know what has changed here. I am going to try unplugging and plugging the cryoflux back in. Okay, there's that. There's that. And there's that. Well, at this point, the jumpers are now back to what they were before. Well, that did a thing. Okay. It errored, but I think it might have been because it took too long to get the head back. There we go. Okay, so that was drive. That's the one that was previously working. Let's try the other one. Drive 0. Calibrate. It did some stuff with that drive again for some reason. But I don't think you saw it on the other drive. Drive. Calibrate. That drive did stuff. All right, I'm going to try connecting 0. Hold on. 2 to 0. See what that does. Is it in 2-drive mode? Yeah, it is in 2-drive mode. All right, I'm doing 2 to 0. Calibrate. Yes. It may need the disk. I don't know. I didn't pay attention if the drive light turned on. Not stream files. Drive 0. Calibrate. Okay, I don't see the light turn on at all there. I'll put a disk in that one. Actually, you know what I want to do? Drive 1, calibrate. Did not go with the out of disk. With disk, drive, calibrate. What? Let me remove the jumper. Drive, calibrate. Yes. Okay. Let's do, I'm putting the jumper back. 2 to 0. And eject the disk. Off. Cryoflux unplugged. Cryoflux plug back in. Drive on. Disk in. Ooh, you saw activity lights when I powered it off. That is, it's very good to remove the disk then. Okay. Okay, drive 1, calibrate. Yes. Calibrates. Okay, after this, I'm moving the disk to the other drive. Okay. There we go. It's camera in the way. Okay. Drive 0. Calibrate. Go. It flinched that one and then did nothing over there. And now there's a cable in the way. Two drive jumper on the cryoflux. It is open. It's set to the way that it should be for 2 drives. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Give me the disk. Pull that. Off. Cryoflux off. 0 to 0. Cryoflux on. Drive on. disk in. Okay. Drive 0, calibrate. Yes. That's gonna work. Drive, calibrate, boom. Okay, it's 0 to 0. Device does not support reset command. Okay. What? It's sort of trying. You need more cameras. Well, the other problem is trying to switch between them. So, like, I can go to here. Doing multiple cameras at the same time is kind of tricky. The best I can do for you is this, to see the front. But then you can't see me. That's your call. Remote feed for the cat would be interesting, actually. It acted like it calibrate, yes. Okay, that wiggles, and then errors. You have drive 0 on the motor signal instead of DS0. But it's acting like it's trying to go. Oh, it's on the motor signal, you're saying. But, well, okay. When I went... Okay, the disc is fine. I thought I was hearing some bad stuff. Latch switch could be flaky. Yeah, I don't know where it is. You know what? We could try that. Close that. Drive 1. Calibrate. Yes. And it flinched the other one. Off. Unplugged. Remove 0 jumper entirely. Plug in. On. Drive 1. Calibrate. Yes. Flinched and calibrate. Okay, so it doesn't actually need the disc in, because there it is calibrating with no disc. So we're just putting both latches down. Okay. Failed sleep, it is possible that they will be different from the same drive, reading them at just one after the other, because it can just be kind of weird. Okay. Drive 0, calibrate. This should do nothing. Okay, it flinched that one for some reason. Redstone LP2, you are fairly late. We're actually getting close to ending this because it's that late. All right, off, unplugged. I'm going 0 to 0 on the adapter. Plug on. Drive 1, calibrate. Okay, drive 0, calibrate. It tried to move it, okay. Off, unplugged. Two to 0. Plug on. Drive 1, calibrate. All right, drive 0, calibrate. Did not work. All right. Oh. Off, unplug. 0 to 2, which I don't believe should work and do anything. Plugged, on. Drive, 0. I'll just do calibrate on that. Got flinched. And then nothing. Flinch. Might have to manually exercise the head. I did poke it a little bit. Yeah, we can do that. We can do a little more, though. It seems like it's actually trying there. So, I'm gonna push it up. Let me do my, let's feel about the same. They're not great. Yeah, I'll leave it all the way forward and you'll see it seek to 0. Got any grease around? No, I do not. No. Okay. Order of operations, cryoflux, power, that did not 0. Drive, 0, calibrate. Okay. Calibrate again. Probably just took so long to get back to 0. Okay, there. This is error. It's still trying to go. The head belt is metal. It should not fail. It's theoretically possible, but it shouldn't. It looks fine, and that's something that should pass a visual inspection. Drive 1, calibrate, just for giggles. Did it just wiggle the wrong head? It is. What? All right, DS0 on the 50 pin is MTO on 34 pin, think. Yeah, motor 0. Okay. So is what you're saying is that it is unusable? So what I should do... So should I... Hold on. So I should move the jumper to drive 2 on the 50 pin. Because the 50 pin is looking for 0, which it's never going to get. Oh, actually, I see what you mean. I could go... All right. Off. Cryoflux. Okay. 2 on the cryoflux side. 0 on the 50 pin side. Cryoflux plugged in. On. Okay. Let's do drive 0, calibrate. Error. Just straight up error. Drive 1, calibrate. Yes. Error on both. What? Okay. Off. Unplug. I'm just going to lift 0 side, or the jumper. Plug. On. Yeah. So I am looking at that. So drive 1, calibrate, yes. This is... So... I do understand what you're saying, Helencroft. The thing is that I'm not getting that drive to respond no matter what. If it wasn't such a monumental pain to get them out again, I would just switch that one to drive 0 just to see if it would work. Wait a minute. It has a bad connector, but we don't know that that's actually a problem. It has a suboptimal connector. We don't know that it's actually faulty at this point. I think I can get to the drive select jumpers without having to take it out. If I win the lottery, my new address would be Tech Change's office space. Those are drive select jumper slots. Right there. That's the drive select jumpers are in there. So if I can get into there with tweezers and move the jumpers, I should be able to do this. I'm going to try moving the jumpers first, and then I will fiddle with the connector, because I want to see if just setting this one to 0 makes it work. So first, this one. I'm still just going to drop these, aren't I? Oh my gosh. Cooperate. There we go. Okay. I need to move it here. Okay, now the jumpers are swapped. So if it's the connector, it won't work. And then if it's not the connector, the other drive should work, just at a different ID once I figure out which 2 to 0, 0 to 2 it is. Okay. Ugh. So there's that. Okay. Okay, I'm just removing the drive 0 jumper at all. We're gonna go with just drive 1 for right now. Only the first drive gets a motor signal looking at the schematic. Well, we'll find out. I don't know. I just want to do this test. Cryoflux plugged in. Drives on. Software. No, wait, hold on. Here. Okay. Drive 1, calibrate. Yes. And then it errored. Okay. Off. Cryoflux unplugged. I'm going to go 2 to 0 on the adapter. Plugged on. It twitched. It's been twitching the whole time though. Okay, drive 0, calibrate. Error, nothing. Drive 1, calibrate. Nothing. Okay, off. Cryoflux unplugged. I'm gonna go 0 to 2. Cryoflux plugged. Power on. Drive 1, calibrate. It should twitch. Twitched, okay. Drive 0, calibrate. So I'm gonna off, unplug, replug, on, and I'm just gonna go straight to calibrating drive 0. Drive 0, calibrate. Okay. We have figured out the correct wiring to get drive 0 to work. It is clearly the connector. So, now let's do the thing where we back off the connector a little bit. Okay, I just barely pulled it out. Drive 1, calibrate. Error. Okay. I plugged it all the way in. Drive 1, calibrate. I'm going to pull it out a lot. Actually, I'm just going to take it off and then barely put it on. Okay. There's that. This adapter board is meant to connect to one floppy drive. For the IBM thing, Twisty, you should get 2 adapters if you don't want to mess with strange jumper wires. Yes. I don't mind messing with strange jumper wires. I really don't have a problem with that. This only bugs me because I feel like I should be able to master it, but I can't. This seems like a solvable problem. Okay, this thing gets like really weirded out. There's something that it does not like. Because I changed something that shouldn't affect the drive 0 at all, and then it stops working. Okay. Calibrate drive 0. Why is that not working? That should be working. What? Oh, it came unconnected. Okay, that's fair enough. Drive, calibrate, yes. Boom. The jumper nonsense is solved. So we know what that is. It is 0 to 2. Okay. Drive 1, calibrate. There we go. There's something weird about it though. But we did it. Yes. Okay. Oh. It's the edge connector. That is what it is. So the solutions to that are difficult. Copper tape, put on the edge connector and then solder it down. But the problem becomes that, gosh, I don't know. Could you just tin it? It won't tin. It won't. The solder won't go to the sides. It just won't stick to the PCB. That's the problem with that. I could try and put a piece of copper tape over the whole edge connector, and then tin that, which will make it rigid so it doesn't slide, and then put the solder over the edge of the copper tape to the gold finger so that it'll stay in place. That's about it. Xbox TV, what I think it is we got conductivity through the edge connector. I think the problem is that the way that the card edge connector works is that it's not actually one contact, it's a split 2-position contact, and it's rubbed the 2 positions into the card edge connector's gold finger, and that the outsides where the card edge connector attaches are gone, and then there's just this thin little strip in the middle where it's actually making contact or conducting through. So yeah. Guantanamec, there is that solution too. I could hot glue the connector in place where it is right now. So yeah. So you solder pin header to edge connector and crimped IDC connector on the cable. That's also an option. I'm not 100% against that option. That would be a lot more work than just the copper tape method though. So. Dremel slot in the cable molding so you can push it in farther. That won't work for a bunch of reasons. It sounds like a good idea, but it won't work. Swap cable to verify. It's not, the cable's not the problem. It's the card edge connector. I feel like we've solved it. I bet if I put a disc in, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's put the disc in to the side that has not worked. Let's open it so it'll actually accept the disc. Put the disc in here. And we will image a disc with drive 1. Drive 1. Cryoflux. Test. There you go. Pin header is more solid, tape is just glue. Yeah, well, I would solder the edges of the tape to the contact. All right, start. And here you go, you can see it. That drive going. Boom. I forgot to do that, Helen Croft, but I've already imaged this disc. I'm just running this to demonstrate that it's working. But yeah, I think we can say that that's working. It's reading data, it's controlling the drive. So both drives work. That's where we're at. Both drives work, it's just that the PCB on the one is worn out. So we can solve that. That is a solvable problem. Hot glue is easy and reversible. Drive RPM's a bit off? What do you mean? Oh, that it should be 300 here and it says it's 352 up there. I don't know if that's going to be an issue. If it's I don't know. 360. It could be that CryoFlux is thinking that it's going to be 300 RPM, and it's not. So... Cody, I think the problem is that it's actually going fast, if it's a problem at all. So what we're looking at here is that it says 350 RPM from the actual measurement of the drive itself, but down here in the sector, the scatter plot, it's showing 300 RPM, and it almost looked like there was extra data there. What's going on there? Track 59? That shouldn't have an issue. Okay. Weird. But yeah, it's showing 300 there. I don't know what the discrepancy is between those. They should run at 360? All right, that seems good enough for me then. Where did it say drive speed problem down here? Drive speed problem detected. That is what it's saying. That's weird. Approaching 4.5 hours? We'll call it after this. I think we've solved all the problems. Well, we've at least identified all the problems. I think the solution on this one is going to be hot glue. And I might just hot glue it the next time I come in here before we start whatever we're going to do, which is probably going to be trying to archive some 8-inch discs. Error reading the stream device. Oh, we're going beyond. That's what's going on. I think. Just looking out for you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do need to end it here. I actually did better than I thought because I was exhausted this morning. I really didn't think I was going to last this long in the stream. Oh, track 77 is beyond because it's 0 to 76, so that's 77 tracks. Okay. 8-inch discs have the worst reliability of all floppies, right? I honestly have no idea. I really don't know. See, drive speed problem could be because belt motor frequency is linked to grid frequency. Maybe, and towards the center, well, towards the center it actually should be more stable. Yeah. When's the next disc stream? How long before your family notices you're missing? Yeah. I don't know when the next one we're gonna do that's all archivey. I'm feeling like maybe putting these drives through their paces a little bit. I feel like I should look more into how to work with the data. So we'll do that. Ooh, you know what we can do? Just click the stop button. But, oh, yeah. Stop. Okay. I want to do this, actually, though. I'm going to go here. We're going to do one more thing before I end this, all right? So these are garbage. Let's just delete them. Boom. Done. All right. HXC. Okay. I'm going to drag the first track into HXC. Okay. It's going to do its thing. We're going to look at it. We're going to go, ooh, it's pretty. I'm going to export it. All right. You might want to see me here. I'm going to export this. Okay. Xbox TV, thank you for the 10,000 bits. That does mean much to me, so I appreciate that. It is the continuing support of everyone cumulatively that really makes this all possible, so any amount helps. So, yay, warm fuzzies, it's a floppy disk. Okay, so we're gonna export this. Okay, floppy image, export disk as IMD file, or IMG file here, all right. We're gonna export, this is in DTC, 8-inch data, all right. Boom, save, okay. We're gonna go over to here, and now we can try COM9X and see what that's like. So LS, because this is a double-sided disk. It's probably CPM. COM9X, what was that? 8i test in, where am I? Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. CD, 3.5-inch drives were really bad before their death. Yeah, the different things had different times of failures. Data. Unknown unit specifier. Ooh, that's different. If I do COM 8. Okay, this may not be a CPM double-sided disk, because I think COM 9X was the one that you had me add. Yeah, COM 9X. Okay, so... Intriguing. I'm not sure you mean errant space in the disk def. Oh, when I made it. Possibly. Is there anything there? There's that. I can eliminate that. Unknown disk specifier. I just deleted it there, though. Okay, it's gone. Disk def 9X. You and Zach Friedman make Twitch a better place. Well, I appreciate that. And hello, Ubadistas, since it's your first time chatting. Check the other lines. Oh, no. Do I have to get them all? Ah, gross. Okay. All right. Let's try that. Ah! Data! Sweet. We're not going to look in this because we already identified this disk is definitely having sensitive user information. But that means that we can read files off of it. Oh, man, that's so cool. Oh, that rocks. Okay. I think we can call that there. We have fully demonstrated that we can read these files off. These files are owned by user 0 or 1 instead of 0. Well, they had NPM on some of these systems, so multi-user systems. So it could actually be user 1 in a multi-user setup. But, okay. We imaged 8-inch floppy disks today. We just took a look at files that are held on an 8-inch floppy disk on a modern computer. Oh man, that's so awesome. It is now entirely possible for me to start going through these and imaging all of them, which is incredible. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah. Wow. Dang, that is cool. Bowdy here. Hello. Since your first time chatting. We're about to end this, but yeah, this worked. This turned out phenomenally. Wow. Ah, man, this is we totally can't see how excited you are. I'm very excited. We would love multiple scans of the same disk to compare. I can do that with something like the CPM disk. All right, not that one. But we'll come back to this in a future stream here. I want to get more comfortable on the software side. We copied how many floppies? 2. We only did 2. We did the data disk and then the CPM copy that was a literal copy of a different CPM disk. This was more a theory stream, trying to make sure that we can get it working. Now I'm going to try and look into what can I do with CPM and S100 disk images, because from here we're going to want to do more interesting stuff with it. But yeah, you can always replace the missing data with frog DNA. That's 2 more floppies than you plan to get done today. It's 2. Well, I didn't think that I was going to get any done just because, I mean, it sounds too nice on paper that it's actually going to work, but it did. So I'm happy with that. So can't go wrong there. Oh, you know what? Let's do one more. I'm just going to really quickly throw in a data general disk because I badly want to know what it's going to vomit all over with because of how many weird sector holes there are. So let's just quickly chuck this in there. See what it does. It should hate this a lot. It should hate this a whole lot. That's a lot of noise. I want to re-clamp that. Well, it didn't really help, but all right. This is DG disk. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm under the impression that the CryoFlux images were very proprietary. Is that the case? It is. You can't just take a CryoFlux file and drop it straight into like an emulator or something, but the CryoFlux can export to different kinds of disk images. It's only the magnetic flux data that's proprietary. You can convert that even with third-party software to something else, so you're good. Set the limit. Yes, file settings, advanced, max drive, both 77, whatever. Boom, done. Okay. DG. Data. This is a data disk, so even if it's can read it, we're not doing this. You put a lot of effort in for just one step. This was always going to happen, but it should throw up all over here. It should not like this, all right? Yeah. No, it's not happy. We're going to have to figure this out in a different way. Yeah. Wait, is it single-sided? Is that it? Hold on. I told you one side. Stop. File, settings. Atara floppy refers to actual medium. Yeah. 76. Really? 76? OUB imaging sensitive user information. For test purposes only, I don't think that I will want to keep that kind of stuff around. I generally try to delete those types of things. You want it set to 76. Yeah, that makes sense. 76, but it doesn't, I don't understand why it's still doing CryoFlux, single side, file settings. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Hellcroft. Maybe, yeah, side 0, boom, okay. Single-sided, start, yes. Why does it try that side? Stop it. Oh my gosh. Seriously, what? Let's do a dumb one. Oh, and it does that perfectly. Preservation is always dual-sided? Oh, okay. Well, this is not going to work. You know, we'll ASCII. Actually, I will look in it to see if there's any visible ASCII data, but I don't think there will be. Because I don't know what is going to be on this at all. And this could have payroll information and stuff like that. Disks with user info are good candidates to be wiped? Yes. Especially the data general ones, because that is a box of 140 hard sectored disks, and I basically will never be able to get those. So if someone has, it skips tracks way too fast, yeah, I'm guessing it's not working. I think every sector it thinks is sector 0. So we're probably getting garbage data here. Sector count, flippy mode. Yeah, so that probably just did garbage. TTC, DG data. Why is it 0 bytes? Lame. All right, well, that didn't work. Can I set this to hard sector at all? Is there like a way? No hard sector support? I don't know. I don't know if it does. It's not looking like it there. Sector count? I don't know. It should be able to do it. Flux engine has hard sector support? Might be having to build a flux engine. So you need to put in a subfolder because of the bug with software? Oh, well, that's lame. Okay. Well, that took like 30 seconds, so... I mean, how do I pick the folder? File, settings, That's why I've been dumping it in there. Where's the output? Oh, output. Durr. New folder, IMG. There. Okay. Start. See if there's some data considered safe, we probably work to keep it as an example for programs. That's not a bad idea either. No, don't worry about what it says in the console. The console's kind of garbage because that could be GUI stuff. We don't actually know what all that is. It's gonna be all 0. I don't know what's going on with the stream data. That's a little weird. No data. Yeah, I think it's not happy. Disk image is still 0 bytes. I don't know. It doesn't seem to like it. I don't think it's going to be difficult to read these no matter what, so I'm not too surprised. I will have to figure this out later because we're not trying to solve that right now, that's for sure. So hard sector stuff is going to be a problem. Fun. So the takeaway here, the dirty drive is a good one. No, Brian, this was, I don't know if you were here, Brian, when I went over this. It's not, I don't blame the drive at all. This one will do better at this, or this camera. Come on. Boop. Okay. So that's really bright. Oh, this was a couple streams ago, I actually really went over this. This floppy disk is hard sectored, which means as I rotate it, you will see there are multiple drive index holes. There's one for every single sector here. So it doesn't just have one like a normal disk does. And that's probably throwing off. There's the sector 0 hole right there. So that's probably what's throwing off the CryoFlex, and it can't handle that. It could be able to handle that with a software update, because that sector mark, I believe, is sent back over the floppy connector. So it should be able to read that and know where it's at if it knows it's a hard sector disk. So that's the problem. It's a very weird problem that you'd only have when you have a dumb giant mini computer type of thing. So it's kind of unusual, I suspect, for most people. Even the people who are the unusual ones doing CryoFlex stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at for trying to solve for the data general. So that's a whole other problem that's going to have to be solved on a different day. There is a possibility, Helencroft, we may actually have to do that. So, did we get data off the disks as I've been away for a while? Yes, Jot. Oh, that's right, you had to leave. We did. I will show you. Here is HXC, HCX, boom. Oh, wait, you can't see. Boom. That's an imaged double-sided floppy disk. Not only that, down here, I'm using some tools for CPM disk images, and those are files that are on there. This disk image has personal information on it, so we don't want to look at what's in those files. I verified that, but I did actually extract some CPM files off of a different disk. So we've imaged 2 different kinds of disks, one that's single-sided, one that's double-sided. So confirmed, we can image floppy disks now. So yes, today was highly, highly productive. I'm extremely happy with the results that we accomplished here. I think I couldn't be any happier. We did everything. We got both sides of drives working. We got the CryoFlex interfacing them with it. We even extracted files. If you told me that we were going to extract files today, I don't think I actually would have believed that. That is so awesome that there are the CPM tools that exist for Linux. That is really nice. So yeah, it is tons of progress. We can really start to dive into the stuff that we have here as far as preservation now. And I feel really, really good that this works. That makes me extremely optimistic that the CompuPro and the IMSI are going to work, because they've probably been stored in the same places, and the caps are all from the same era. So yeah, that's looking really good. They probably also went through similar use cycles. So this is a good indication that we're going to have success with those as well. But yeah. Cool, Tay-Tay. I'm glad I could give a really quick summary there. But yeah. See, now you can put the lid back on. I want to glue that connector on. I will do that before whatever the next stream. But yeah, I have the lid right there. I'll pop that back on. But this is done. This is ready to go. That's excellent. I'm super excited. But yeah, I think we should probably wrap this up here. So, I am really appreciative of you all being here. This was really great. Yeah, this has been a long stream, but it was a long, good stream, so it was worth it. But yeah, have you ever had track of time during a stream? This is not really, I run the streams until the project reaches a natural conclusion. We have now reached the natural conclusion, so that's why I'm ending the stream. Because, yeah, it just, I don't want to like get 2 hours into this and say, oh, the 2 hours for today are over. I mean, I know what I need to do next, and I would just have to wait until the next stream to do it. No, I'm just gonna get the project to a point where I need to stop. So that's how I do it. So yeah, let me run the outro here, because yeah, it has been a long stream, and I'm looking forward to some rest, but man, am I gonna sleep good tonight knowing I got this part done. That is awesome. Well, okay. Thank you all for being here. This went so well. It is really fun to be able to do stuff like this live, so you can see the process. This was a really good stream. I'm really happy with this. So we made some fantastic progress today. This is just amazing. I am bouncing so happy. Oh yes. The next steps are just work, and then work on the CompuPro, because I want to get that going to get this running with it. But wow, yeah, from here I know what I have to do. Just put discs in and image them. The CompuPro, I have to kind of take it apart, figure out what's in there, learn how it all goes together. So that's a longer road to travel. But this, man, that is awesome. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the support. It really does help everyone. I appreciate it so much. Next stream, we will probably be unboxing a new capture card for the capture system type stuff. Hopefully that'll be available. Today was Sunday, so I couldn't go pick it up. Post office is closed, but I will be doing that as soon as I can. But yeah, I'm really happy. So, all right. If you guys enjoyed this, you might want to follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube where the VODs are released. If you want to support the channel, you can either do subs on Twitch, which you can do for free if you have Amazon Prime, or you can find me on Patreon. But for now, that is it, and I will see you next time.